Meeting is being held in conformance with the Sunshine Law. Notice of time, date, and place has been furnished to the Bergen Record. Notice has also been posted on the bulletin board of the Administration Building. Would the clerk kindly take the roll?
Mayor Giordano.
Here.
Ms. Saracola.
Here.
Mr. Ritchie.
Here.
Mr. Schatz.
Here.
Shalero.
Here.
Mrs. Sherman.
Here.
Mrs. Weber.
Here.
Everyone kindly rise and pledge allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We'll have a moment of silence for all our wounded veterans and all veterans across our country who have given the ultimate sacrifice so we can assemble as we are today. Amen. Clerk, do the prayer.
Dear Lord, we start this meeting asking for your guidance and wisdom. May we find unity and fairness. The outcome should reflect our wishes to assist the borough in all their endeavors. Thank you in his name. Amen.
Amen.
Even though there's no one in the public here, I would like to ask anybody from the public who would like to comment on anything. If not, we want to go into new business. The new business that we will be here today for is the 2023 municipal budget. What we are going to do is we will start the meeting. We will have a 10:30 break, and we will try to have the meeting finished by 12:30. We're going to do 4 hours, and I spoke with our finance administrator, Mr. Don, and he said that that's probably the best way we can do it. And if we have to go overtime a little bit, then we will do it. But at 10:30, we will break so that we could have a cup of coffee or do whatever we have to do. Don, would you like to start?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. You know, we've been talking about what we have to do today for quite some time. We know that there's some increased costs and a number of larger line items in our budget, costs going up substantially. You know, we're talking about 2-3%. Some of them are 10%, others 20 to 40%. So that's really the challenge here. And it's not like we're alone in this. Everyone you talk to in every municipality is faced with the same thing. Maybe they're different line items, but you know, they're still seeing those kinds of increases. I think towns around, you know, New Jersey at this time of year are making some tough decisions about how they're going to meet, and I'm sure Patrick will get into this in more detail, you know, how to meet the tax cap, how to meet the appropriation cap, how you make cuts to offset some of the increases so we stay within our cap. We're going to talk about utilizing our reserves to balance our budget. And, you know, kind of, even though we're focused on this year, we do have to keep an eye on the future. Some of the decisions we're going to have to make today will, you know, kind of lay the foundation for what we talk about a year from now. But it's going to be, where do we make cuts? And, you know, there's no doubt cuts need to be made. And you know, I think the staff has already done a great job with all the department heads and, you know, doing the best they can at their, you know, with the work they've done on presenting us with a workable budget that helps us get there. But so I think the way we go through this, I'm sure Patrick and Colleen have a plan. We'll go through this. We'll hear the presentation. We'll get a sense as to where we stand, and we'll have some decisions to make. So,
Before I talk to Patrick starts, on what you said, every municipality is being affected by all the budgets this year. I mean, we have our mayor's meeting next week, and we're bringing in the county executive to talk to us about everything. And the thing is, every municipality has to make decisions that, you know, public might not be happy with, but the thing is, we have to still continue to govern, and a lot of changes have been going on, and a lot of expenses have been going up, and we have to incur them.
yeah, and you know, an indication, just to give you a sense as to kinds of things you may not hear that I hear when I'm out talking to other municipalities and other organizations like the League of Municipalities. There's been an effort underway for months to get the legislature to either waive the caps or increase them or waive them on certain line items, and nothing has happened. So even if it were, we would still have this work to do. Even if there wasn't the cap, we would still look at this and say, well, where could we make cuts? Where could we manage this better? While it might be a nice tool, I think waiving the cap isn't the answer. The answer is, the question is, you have, I think at least 8 or so line items that we're going to go through that are the largest line items in our budget that are going up 10% and higher. So, and these aren't discretionary. It's like we get the assessment from the sewer authority. It's not like we can negotiate that. That's our bill. We have our pension contributions. You don't negotiate that with the state. You don't even know what it is until they send you your assessment. So, those are the kinds of things we're looking at, and that's why we thought this, was going to take a couple of meetings once we get into this and you see the kinds of things we're looking at and the increases we're talking about, what we are required to do by law, but what we should be doing on behalf of all of us homeowners in the town is, how do we continue to do this so that it's also sustainable in the future years? We don't know what's going to happen next year. We're going to probably say that a lot today. The only thing we know is our garbage contract won't go up 40% again next year. All the other line items, we don't know. Healthcare could go up just as much next year, pension, sewer authority assessment, they could all go up as much next year as this year. We just don't know. But we're going to deal with this today and at least figure out how to position ourselves. So, anything else, Mayor?
That's it. Just I want to thank every one of you, Patrick, Kelly, Colleen, Matt, all your department heads for helping out with this and coming up with everything that's being done. He's put a lot of time in. I've always seen Patrick and Colleen and Kelly and them in the office talking. So you guys did a great job as always. And if we don't tell you that all the time, you really should know that we always appreciate everything that you guys have been doing for this borough. So Patrick, since you hosted this, continue.
Thank you, Mayor. And just a reminder to second what Kelly said, while there's no public here today, this is being recorded and broadcast live over YouTube. So please speak into your mic and make sure that your comments are such that the public can hear them. So we'll start at the end. If you would all open up your books and flip to the last page, which is kind of an overview, but more specifically about the difficulties we're facing this year. And we'll talk about our caps and specifically the lines of greatest increase. So on the last page in your book at the top, I should say expenses in cap. And this is what Councilman Schlera was talking about. Solid waste is increasing this year alone, $217,000. PFRS, which is the police pension system, $133,000. The public employees pension system is going up $38,000. Healthcare, $152,000. Insurance, $49,000. Fuel, obviously this is an estimate, but we expect it to increase by $25,000, and salaries by $152,000. So that is in cap increases, at least the large ones. And in cap is in appropriations cap, which means that the money the borough appropriates in our budget there's some things that are in cap, some things that are out of cap, and it can only increase by 3.5% plus any bank that we have from previous years. We'll go into that a little bit more in a moment. But there are two caps: the appropriations cap on appropriations, tax cap on our tax levy, and we won't have an issue with the tax levy because we're fortunate to have enough fund balance so that we don't have to increase our tax levy above the cap, but we will have an issue with our appropriations cap. As it stands today, the budget that we presented to you is not balanced. Right? We have more appropriations than we are allowed to under the appropriations cap. So as we go through the budget, the request is that we find areas to cut spending in order to bring our budget underneath the appropriations cap. This isn't typical that we would present an unbalanced budget, but there are difficult decisions to be made, and we want to make sure that the the full mayor and council have an opportunity to consider this. So everything kind of as it's presented here is in cap. These are all in the appropriations cap. Below that are increases outside of the appropriations cap. So the sewer authority increasing by 162,000. Debt service is 58,000. And then we have our reassessment, which was approved last year, and it was an emergency appropriation, and emergency appropriations are to be raised starting in the following year budgets. So that $275,000 is out of cap, but it will have to be raised in this year's budget. When we go just below that, you'll look at revenue. Our revenues, they go up and down a little bit. I only included the two items that were going up considerably, and one item that's a new source of revenue that will be recurring. So Verizon delinquent rent, we became aware this year that Verizon owes us at the end of 2022, we had estimated they owe us $252,000. They generally agree. And this is for rent on a cell tower, and it goes back years of them not paying a sufficient amount in rent. So they agree in general with this total. We haven't received a check from them yet, which is why it's not included in the budget. This would be, we would receive it as miscellaneous revenue not anticipated. It would help increase our fund balance, which is a good thing. If we get the check before the budget is actually introduced, we'll include it in the budget as revenue. The state requires that you only budget revenues either at the level you received prior year, or if you have a very specific indication of what you're going to receive, either you have a contract in hand, you have a check in hand. Those are the only times you can add new items of revenue into your budget. So we expect to get that $252,000 plus this year. The next one is Municipal Relief Fund. This is a new source of revenue aid from the state. It is calculated the same way that energy tax receipts are, but the difference being at this point, we don't know if this will become a reoccurring revenue for the borough. This was a state law passed last year that approved municipal relief. It is funded through some of the federal support money that the state received. I know that there's a push in the legislature for this to become an annual disbursement from the state to the municipalities, but we're not sure at this point. So this right now, we're listing it as a one-time revenue. And the last thing is opioid settlement. This is a small amount, but it's going to be recurring. This is a result of lawsuits that the borough had signed onto that were national with manufacturers and distributors of opioids. And we are now receiving, there's two settlements that have already been approved, one with distributors, one with manufacturers, and we'll be, from those, one of them is going to pay us out for 11 years, another one 17 or 18 years. So we're going to start receiving this $10,000 every year, which is why it's included in here. So you're going to see this as a recurring revenue. It's treated like a grant in that the funding has very specific rules regarding how the money is spent. So in general, it's spent to reduce the exposure, the likelihood, or the treatment of individuals with opioid addiction. Moving down here a little bit, we'll talk about the appropriations cap calculation. So how the calculation is structured, they look at your previous year appropriations. So our 2022 in-cap appropriations was 15 million and change. We are allowed to, statutorily, without any act of the mayor and council, we can increase 2.5%. If you pass a resolution, we can increase it to 3.5%. So this is expecting that the mayor and council pass a resolution to increase appropriations by 3.5%. That gives us $350,000 in addition. And then we have cap banks from previous 2 years where we were under that 3.5%, and so we got to bank the difference between what our appropriations was and what it could have been if we had increased it by 3.5%. And so our bank from 21 is $100,000, and our bank from 22 is $94,000. So that brings our total increases allowed this year to appropriations at $545,000. So two things to compare that $545,000 number to. That's our increase. If you look just above that, where we talk about the in-cap increases, $768,000. And that's just on our large line items. That doesn't include the fact that, contracts with PD or lawn care or, what we pay for chlorine at the pool. All those are obviously going to have their regular incremental increases. That doesn't even, this $768,000 number doesn't even take those into considerations. And obviously 768 is already above the 545 that we're allowed to increase. So so you'll see our current overage, the budget that is in the book as it's presented to you is $153,000 above where the state permits us to be. So that means we have to find at least $153,000 of savings. In addition, the budget does not include two or three requests that we received just for funding in this year. And I didn't put them in the budget because they were larger amounts and they were things that were one-time, non-reoccurring, could be not funded at all, could be pushed to future years. So those are considerations for the mayor and council on, do you want to see these in your budget? And those are the next three items. So scanning and storage, obviously you know that we're working to clear out the file storage room that we have here on the second floor for two reasons. One, there's a general interest to have that space be leased out for a better use. And two, we understand that we can't store bulk files in that location. So we've been working through, specifically Kelly, she does all the hard work, has been working through clearing that room, going through, seeing what we can destroy. There are going to be files there that we can't destroy, or at least we can't destroy yet, and so we will need to store those off-site. And then we want to start scanning files so that in the future we don't have to retain paper copies. We can move to a digital system of document retention. So this $40,000 is an estimate for us to perform that function with FileBank, who's in Oakland, where they'll come in and help us pack, store, scan, and they'll give us some systems specifically that are approved by the state for document retention. Kelly, do you have anything you want to add to that?
No, I mean, I think you summed it up. We need to get the stuff out of here. They'll come and box it up, they inventory it, everything's barcoded, and then you log into a portal. If you need a record and you request the record, they will digitize it and get it to you within an hour. So this is the most cost-effective way. We interviewed 5 different companies. We had costs from the $40,000 all the way up to $150,000 or $200,000, and that was to just do all digital stuff, and that wasn't for them to come clear this room. That was going to be a whole nother process of us finding someplace to just store it while they were scanning. So this is kind of a happy medium. We kind of took this. We weren't really sure this was going to work, and when they came and presented, we were like, oh, wait a minute, this might be the way to do this.
Yeah, it's a
More
good solution,
cost-effective.
somewhat of a hybrid between
It's a hybrid.
sending
Exactly.
documents off to store in a box, because scanning surprisingly is more expensive than putting documents in a box and having them stored off-site.
Yeah.
They say the break even is about 30 years, right? That was a surprise, at least to me. And so any of the documents that we don't need access to on a typical, let's say even annually, box them up, ship them off. Maybe there's a point in the future where we're able to scan them, but we're not there yet.
Right.
And then anything where we're in day-to-day, especially construction code files, we'll start scanning those in so we have more immediate access to them. And we can discuss that, obviously no decisions now, so we can discuss that more in depth as we consider what's in and what's out of the budget.
The only thing I would say, this program also includes the administration and planning and zoning, where the other numbers the other range I just gave you just was for the clerk and finance. So it is a pretty efficient system. Anyway.
The next item on,
So Patrick, then what you're saying is, so we're 150,000 above cap without these numbers. So if we want to do these things, that's another 80,000.
that's right. Yeah. And the reason, everything that's in the budget that's presented to you are either absolutely required, you really don't have much of a decision on them, or there are general year-over-year increases. That's what's in the budget. There were other items requested that we were just flat out no, but these are at least 3 that we think have, are worth council consideration. The next one is police accreditation. So this is, this would fund a police accreditation agency coming into our police department, going over all of our policy procedures, meeting with our police officers, especially our chief and lieutenants, and setting up systems and training for all those policy and procedures, not just what we have existing today, but as new ones come out. And part of this, the reason we're getting this request is because those policy and procedures are coming out at an increasing rate every year. You know, the Attorney General and the county prosecutor are just giving these out like candy, and it leaves our police department to be continually updating their policy and procedures, and it leaves them, I don't want to say at a disadvantage, but certainly with more work to do to keep up. And so this funding will help them keep up. And the cost here is, it's $52,900 in the first year, and then $22,900 each year thereafter to kind of to maintain it, because it's not just the initial accreditation, but it's that training that goes on every year and making sure that they give you all their new policy and procedures as they're updated. The $52,000 in the first year would be offset by a grant we receive by the JIF for $25,000. And how it works is the JIF gives us a $25,000 grant, and then in future years, we will receive a discount on our workers' comp and general liability lines, which is about $5,000 to $8,000 a year. So they say, because you're accredited, we believe that you are less of a risk to the insurer because there will be less claims, and so we'll give you a discount. It's going to be 5%. That's going to be, like I said, about $8,000 a year. So for the next few years, that savings we see from the discount will be used to pay the JIF off for that. They call it a grant. It's a loan, basically. They give you $25 up front, you pay it off with your discount. But then as soon as that loan is paid off, which you figure is going to be 4 or 5 years, every year thereafter, we're going to realize that 5% savings at $5,000 to $8,000 on our workers' comp and GL lines, which is a good thing for us. I mean, it's a good thing all around. In any other year, I would expect it to be fully supported. In this year, it's not included just because it's a high number and it's something new. And then the last thing is...
Well, if you don't do it this year, would there be any problems with the police department for next year?
Would there be a specific problem? No. A general concern? Yes, because I think understanding that it would benefit the department, you wouldn't want to delay it any longer than necessary. But could they do it without it? Sure. They did without it last year, and they could do without it again
But they
this year.
eventually need it.
But it's not a requirement, but it is...
It's a protection.
Yeah, it's certainly, let's say, a best practice. Yeah.
Now, is there an officer already now in charge of anything like this?
Well, Lieutenant Dowling is responsible, and the chief is responsible for updating all of our policy and procedures. So as they come in from the Attorney General, from the county prosecutor, they're responsible to update them. But I think somewhat of the disconnect is those policies at the state and the county level are being written by attorneys. Then you have police officers who have to take that policy that is very, very specific in terms of legalese and adapt it to meet how our police officers function on the road. That's a very difficult task to do. I think that they have been successful in doing it, but they realize that it's becoming harder and harder to do that as these directives become more frequent and more complex.
Sounds like they just need one person to just keep up with all this stuff.
Yeah, and they
by
have
doing
one.
this thing, it'll be easier for everybody in the long run.
Yeah, and we have that now, but this would be an aid from an outside agency, and not just on adapting those policies, but also the training that goes around them. We would get a system where officers are able to log in, review policies, take training, sign off on it. It tracks all the training for all the officers, so it's a good program.
And nothing like this is coming down for the fire or the ambulance corps. This is completely different, because I know they have their own procedures and everything.
No, not at this point. No, not that I'm aware of.
There's a fire department accreditation, but it's not like this.
Right.
So it's
I was going to say, we could lump
completely-
everything together
it's
if we
a
had to
completely
do it.
different program, and it's new. It's kind of in a pilot stage right now.
Okay.
Now, but let me just, I want to summarize in my mind. You said it's actually $52,000. We would get a $25,000 loan.
That's right.
To help out from the JIF, and then we would they would give us a discount every year of approximately $8,000 or so. With 3-4 years, the $25,000 loan would be paid off.
Yep.
But then you also said that there's $22,000 a year that would get charged to us, or is it more?
That's right.
So then the 5% we're realizing is gonna go to help pay that off, so we're gonna be paying, 22, $14,000.
Yeah, if you fast forward into, let's say it's year 6, yeah, you're gonna be paying 22,000, obviously that's gonna increase by, let's say, 2%, less the 8,000 at that point,
So
maybe.
it's a continuation
Yeah.
of like $14,000.
This will require an annual appropriation
Okay,
of let's call it between $15,000 and $20,000.
okay.
Patrick, can that grant be used for anything else or just for this?
Specifically for this is a loan for accreditation. And the reason why it even exists is,
It's a loan, not a grant?
well, yes and no. I mean, they call it a grant, but you pay it back. It sounds like a loan, right?
Okay.
So, it's a loan, yeah. And I think the reason why I know that the reason why the JIF offers this is because they understand this is a good practice for law enforcement agencies to have this accreditation, and that it will reduce your exposure. And so it's good for us and it's good for them, and they want to incentivize us to do that. Yeah. The last thing, although smaller, this is for the police department as well, high visibility jackets. Typically jackets and any uniform is purchased by the police officer. We give them an amount each year that they can spend down for shoes and jackets, hats, shirts, watches, whatever they need to perform their function, knowing that they have to be neatly dressed every day and that their uniforms get worn out quicker than mine. And so we give them that money. The jackets, they're now facing a small issue where they don't have jackets that appropriately fit over all this gear we're now asking them to wear. So you see it's become more and more common for police agencies to wear the zipper-up vest with all the pouches and pockets on the front. And so, they're carrying Narcan and they're carrying now cameras, body-worn cameras. They will be carrying tasers. There's just more and more stuff that we're asking them to put on their chest every day and carry around with them. Their jackets don't fit over all of it. So they're saying, well, yeah, or we paid for our old jackets, and our old jackets fit just fine, but you guys keep adding more and more stuff for us to wear, and they don't fit. So they're asking for for the borough to fund a portion of that. I think what we're hoping to find a happy medium in that the police department receives donations from individuals. We have a little over $7,000 in that account, so we could pledge almost all that. The chief asked if we could save $1,000, but they'll use it for little things throughout the year, the police department. So we could pledge that $6,000 towards this line, and we would also receive a contribution from the police officers. So in our discussions with the chief and lieutenants, we asked, would the officers be willing to contribute some money to this? Let's say it's $125. They said yes. So I think in the end, if the council is on board with us funding a portion of it, we can get this number down to a couple $1,000s, really, in terms of what we're putting into our operating budget this year.
Is that something that we could say we're not going to fund it yet, but if we get some kind of surplus at the end of the year, we could fund it at that point?
So surplus at the end of the year wouldn't affect 2023. It would affect any future year. And I would expect we're going to have difficult budget conversations for the next few years. So if you think, well, we're going to struggle to do this appropriation this year, let's wait till next year. We're going to struggle next year and a year after and a year after.
Because I see, I'm just looking down further, I may be jinxing myself, but salt, we haven't really used it that much this year.
Yeah.
So I noticed you have a negative number down here, so
Yeah. So
could we use that money that we have extra left over to fund this kind of things?
in our operating budget, no, because our operating budget needs to get under the cap. And this would be, except for what comes out of the donations line, this has got to be under the cap. So we're going to have to find room to put a few $1,000s in this year's budget. That's not going to be, a few $1,000s isn't going to be the issue. You got bigger problems than a few $1,000s. I think the question is really just, do you want to fund this? If you do, we'll get it in the budget. That's not an issue, but because it's only a few $1,000s.
I'm not just
but do you
talking
want
about
it?
just the jacket, I'm talking about this.
Oh, all of this stuff?
The-
Yeah, there's,
Not in
well,
budget stuff.
so let's continue
Any of
down, because I think you'll get an idea of then what decisions have to be made. So, potential cuts from the budget, these are just very easy and very, well, I won't say easy. They would stand out to you if you're looking through the budget to look for places to cut. These are actual cuts in terms of you're actually cutting spending. There are only 3 items where I think you could actually cut spending. Hydro raking at White's Pond, We appropriate $20,000 a year to do that. 15,000 of it goes towards actual hydro raking. 5,000 usually goes to truck the material off. And so you could consider doing without for a year. Community television, I know there's discussion about how they currently operate and are they currently a worthwhile endeavor for the borough. We don't fund much, but I think that's, it's an opportunity to have a
That
bigger
should go.
discussion. Okay.
Honestly, that should go. They
So
have
it's
done
not,
nothing this year, and we have a space for them that we could use it for somebody else.
yeah,
I know
that's
you were
right.
concerned about that.
Yeah.
I mean, I like them a lot.
Yeah, I think
They do a
everybody
great
does.
job, but ever since COVID, I haven't seen them.
Yeah, and I think it just becomes less and less of a necessity as more and more people are able to take photos and videos on their phone and share them more readily.
Everybody got a phone, they take
The
pictures.
days of us recording, producing, and broadcasting on TV, I think, are less relevant because of the availability of all this other media.
And I think you already talked to them, and they said they were gonna come out, and they still haven't came out.
They came out for one event. They came out for the graduation, and they did a good job at the graduation. And they
That's
broadcasted
not
on
our,
That's
event.
right, and they broadcasted on our YouTube
Right.
page, which
It's
was
not our event.
That's right. That's right.
Who,
So
who are these people? Like, it's a company?
no, it is. I'm sorry. It is volunteers in the borough. So there's a
So
few.
let's just make it volunteer.
And it is
Oh.
volunteer, but
Oh,
we
but we
support
pay
them
them.
in some way. Yeah, I mean, they need computers, or maybe they need a camera. They need some, they
Can't
need.
we just make, like, they bring their own camera and then they can put their name on it? Like, oh, John Smith shot this video. Like, that's
Yeah,
his
I mean, we
pay.
could consider that. Yeah.
They have an office and everything here.
Yeah, they have an office here, and they used to have an office at the police department,
Yeah.
but we got rid of that.
I,
So
I
we-
think nicely we should say,
Yeah.
with the way our world is right now with all the modern technology, thank you very much.
Yeah, okay. And then the next item is for OEM. We'll get into this in the budget, but we had typically appropriated $500 for this. We appointed a new OEM director and a coordinator, and they've asked for an increased budget of $2,500. You could cut that down, I think, reasonably to maybe $1,500 if you choose.
What do they want with that money?
To do more training, take more classes, and buy some equipment. So those would be actual spending cuts. Everything else on here, while I listed it, these aren't actual spending cuts because there are areas in our budget where we put emergency reserves. We put them for two reasons. One, during the year, they allow us to do transfers should we need it, right? I should say the last 2 months of the year. They allow us to do transfers if we need it. So when we realize that we're spending too much, more money on fuel than we budgeted, we go to the salt line and say, all right, we haven't spent as much money on salt this year, let's transfer from salt to fuel. And we do that through through basically all of these accounts. So we have these emergency reserves in these lines for those transfers. And we also have them in there because we need to generate a certain amount of surplus, unspent appropriations each year. Because every year in the budget, and we do in this year, we take money out of our savings to help balance our budget, and then we depend on us regenerating that savings as a result of operations. If we don't have these emergency reserves in our budget, we will not regenerate that savings at the end of the year. So you could look at this and say, oh, this is great, just cut every line, we'll be well below the cap. Then the conversation we're gonna have next year is that, oh, and by the way, we generated, $500,000 less in savings than we did the previous year. That will absolutely happen. There's not much discussion to be had for there. So understand that we may be able to use some of this to balance the budget. These will not result in actual savings for the borough. If you decide to use this money to balance the budget, the only thing you are doing is shorting future year savings. And every year we depend on that savings in our budget as revenue to balance the budget. All right, so we can go through these lines somewhat quickly. Salt, we appropriate money into salt every year. What we don't use, we either cancel it to our savings or we transfer into a trust fund that we have for salt. We appropriated as salt. When it goes to the trust fund, it can be used for any emergency. So if we have like a flooding or another Sandy, Ida, something like that, we can use it. Overtime in DPW, medical expenses, leaf disposal, which is down at the mulch pit. There were years where we didn't have a lessee at the mulch pit that would take our leaves, and so we'd always kept it in the budget should we need it for future years. Tax appeals, we haven't recently used all of that line. Reserve for tax appeals, we have a reserve for tax appeal trust, which we'll give you figures on later on. Grass disposal, we reserve a little extra in electric, litigation, healthcare waiver, recreation salary and wage, tax appraisal, dental coverage changes. So opportunities to help balance, but again, the caution is you're just going to cut out our savings in future years. And then there are items that we already removed from the budget because it was easy. Police vehicle, every year we appropriate either 1 or 2 vehicles for the police department. This is a year when we are appropriating for 1 in the police department, and we do that in our operating budget. In order to help with the tax, or with the appropriations cap hit, we move that from our operating budget to our capital budget. Operating budget is in cap, the capital budget is out of cap. So we just gave ourselves, we're still spending the money, but we moved it into a place where it doesn't have a cap hit. Healthcare waiver, we already reduced that by $15,000. Generally, that's one of those areas of emergency funding, but we already took that out of the budget. And BCUA, same. It's an area of emergency funding that we already removed from the budget. And then below that is our select reserves. This isn't everything, but these are where we typically spend from and the things with high dollar amounts. We have some things with $50 in them, but these are the big ones. So reserve for tax appeals. Should we have a large tax appeal that we're responsible for refunding, we would fund it out of here, $325,000. Capital surplus. This is unspent capital appropriations that is canceled off. We know, we think we're going to renovate a building for 200. We only spend 175. We cancel off 25, and it comes back here, capital surplus, as long as it's fully funded. Open space. This is from our open space tax every year. This includes 2 things. One, we have some unspent appropriations from the from open space for Ted Bell Park. We'll cancel that off. It goes back into the trust. And 2, $80,000 from this year's tax, open space tax that will fund this. So that we padded it to already include this year's amount. $203,000 we have in the snow trust. Sounds like we have a lot of money in the snow trust. You get a bad December, you could blow right through it. I mean, we'll get loads of salt, dump trucks of salt, that'll cost us $25,000, right? So it's, I would, it sounds like a lot of money. When you deal with DPW OT and purchasing salt, it gets very expensive very quickly. Accumulated absence trust, this is money where when an employee leaves, we can pay out their accumulated absence from this trust. So accumulated sick time and vacation time. We have an employee who's leaving this year, we will pay out their accumulated vacation time from this trust. Capital Improvement Fund, money unspent from the Capital Improvement Fund that was returned back here. Municipal Alliance, this is money that we had taken in kind of as grant money years ago, and right now we use it for Warriors Night Out and the Junior Police Academy. It was just, what, right 2 years ago, it was $25,000. So we're spending that down pretty quickly, and there may be an opportunity for us to use that opioid money to fund these programs. That's one of the things we're going to consider. PD donations, which we discussed for jackets, and then Beautify Waldwick, $500 for, that came from a donation from the Chamber of Commerce. And then below that, this is on the water side, water fund balance, and so that's our savings on our water side, and our capital improvement fund on water, which is $20,000. Any questions on these numbers? Yeah.
Thanks, Patrick. The PD vehicle, I notice when I look at invoices that are sent to me in my employment, there's always a line that says vehicle charge. Of course, where I work, we don't get charged for the use of the vehicle, but doesn't the PD charge when they do a detail, say, and they charge for the use of the vehicle? Doesn't that money be, in my mind, it's set aside to replace a vehicle?
Yep, and that's what we do. So last year, we purchased a vehicle straight from that trust. It's not enough where we can buy a vehicle every year. But
okay.
it's enough where, every couple of years, maybe we get a vehicle out of it.
Okay.
Yeah. So this year, there wouldn't be sufficient funding. Is that right, Colleen? There wouldn't be sufficient funding in this year to buy a vehicle? It's close, yeah.
Okay, I, in my mind, had it at millions of dollars.
No. If it was, they'd be all driving shiny new vehicles.
Thank you.
And they're not. Yeah, sure thing. Any other questions before we move on?
Yeah, so Patrick, you mentioned that there was one employee that was leaving this year, we have to pay them out for the accumulated absence, things like that. Are there any other employees leaving, or is there just this one?
So there are other, I know of at least one other employee who has already submitted his paperwork for retirement.
Okay. When we get to the departments where people are resigning, can we just note that?
Yeah, yeah, when we will, because there's a discussion on each one for how we've calculated their retirement. Any other questions? All right, so let's go then to the beginning of the book. We'll start getting into the operating budget. And this is good for you, not just to make a consideration where if things are funded appropriately and where potential cuts can be made, but also to get a general understanding of what's funded in our budget. So some of this will just be description of how we spend taxpayer money. So this is the administration line, Nixle contract. This is for when the clerk's office and the police department send out emails, it links up with Facebook posts where in this program we keep emails and phone numbers. This is that contract, and then professional education. That line's $10,000. We have office supplies for $1,800, conferences and meetings for $3,000. I receive a cell phone allowance monthly. I also receive, and Matt receives, and our custodian receives travel for the fact that we use our personal vehicles to drive. You have a question?
Yeah, custodian, where's he go?
He goes to all borough buildings. So he uses his personal vehicle to drive between Borough Hall, DPW, the pistol range, the police department, and the senior center. So every day he's doing a circuit for all of those. We do not reimburse him for gas. So this money is to offset both fuel and the use of his vehicle and paying for insurance.
He doesn't pick up any items he needs, like products that we have.
Not typically. He may go to Home Hardware, but anything he did would be local, right? So he's not running down to Central Jersey or Paramus even to pick up supplies. No. So this is just, but it's every day. Every day he's driving.
Well, he's here every day.
Yeah. And then calendar cost. This line's increasing. So we typically send out a calendar with 12 months in it. Everybody should know how popular the calendar is, how great a job the clerk's office does at putting it together, and how valuable it is. If we could balance the budget with calendar sales, we would, because everybody loves them. The problem is they're January to December, and so like mid-December, people start knocking down the door for when are we going to get our new calendar. And so the idea is to have the calendar go from January through January. You add 1 month, it adds 4 pages basically which is good and bad. One, it comes at an added cost, so it's for those 4 pages, it is a $4,000 increase. But we'll also have opportunity to add more information in there. We understand how valuable it is. So
Plus, there'll be more vendors on it.
Yeah,
there'll
more
be more vendors, so we can get,
advertising.
and
We
you
have
can
people on
see,
the waiting list,
you can
so.
see from this, if you look at the expense line here, the utilized, it's $17,150. We actually only spent about $8,000 from that line. The rest was offset with money from vendors. So we spend out of that line, but some of it's reimbursed. So the administration line is proposed to go from 25.7 to 29.8. Questions on appropriations?
Can you
Or,
anticipate?
administration?
Can you anticipate that revenue from the advertisements or no?
Yes and
Yeah.
no. I would say if it was larger and if it was more guaranteed, we would. Yeah, it's a small number. So because it's directly related to the expense, we can take that revenue in as an offset to the expense. Yeah. I mean, if we were looking, if we were making $15,000 a year in revenue from it, I'm sure we would. But just not. All right. All right. So then, mayor and council, you get business cards and office supplies. Mayor's expenses go towards things like plaques and prizes, all the things we do throughout the year, employee appreciation. Then we have conferences and dues. Some of this is for council members to attend the league meeting, and that line is going to go up. We spent a little more last year than typical, I think, mostly because of the league meeting, and so we want to make sure it's an important thing. It's something that council members get a lot of value from, so we want to make sure we have appropriations in the line. So it's and then the last line is for our committees. $2,500. That goes towards the Environmental Committee and WAFA. So for things like memberships, meetings, giveaways, they can submit requisitions to us, and we spend it out of that line. Any questions on mayor council? All right. Municipal clerk, so this is Kelly's line. School board primary, so this is what we pay the county to assist in the administration of elections. That's a direct charge we get from them. This year it'll be $11,218, which is why we're funded at $11,300. Legal notices, this is going up. These are the ads that we put in the paper for ordinance changes, professional service contracts, pay-to-play contracts, things like that. We do, I think in the last couple of years, we've seen that, one, we've done more of them, and two, that they're more expensive.
So it's really interesting. We're still required to advertise in newspapers. Any talk about allowing us to substitute that with something different today?
There is. So officially, no. I mean, unofficially, I like my job, and even in my off time, I will support it. So I was texting last night with somebody who has some influence on a legislative level about, the fact that this is ridiculous, and we shouldn't be required to advertise in papers that nobody reads. Even if there's an advertisement for us to put it, or a requirement for us to put it on our website and advertise in electronic media.
Yeah.
But it's ridiculous. There is some maybe discussion, potentially. We'll
Well,
keep pushing for it.
And some of the newspapers, some not here, but in some places, newspapers that they used to advertise in don't exist anymore.
Yeah.
So you have to find a newspaper?
Fewer and fewer. Yeah, and municipal advertising is one of the things that supports these. I mean, maybe probably one of the few things that supports
Could
these now almost defunct papers that, for the most part, serve nothing now but advertisements for things, right? You see the papers that you get.
Yep.
So,
Okay.
but that's legal notices.
I would just add for legal notices, we are currently putting them on our website as well.
Oh, yeah.
And since I've been here, we started to do that.
The hope is just that
It's the hope.
that's the only requirement. It would be nice. Copy paper, so copy paper is more expensive than it used to be, which is why we spend more money out of this line than we used to.
Significantly higher.
Significantly more. Conferences and meetings, car allowance, the clerk also drives for her job, and she receives a car allowance. And then lease of copier. We actually entered into a new lease this year. We got changed out. And I
have
think
to talk
we could
about
take
that.
we could take a
We
vote
have to
now.
talk
Does
about
anybody think that the mayor should be able to print in color? No.
Get them crayons.
We'll get you some crayons.
That's what
Yeah.
you just said, magic marker.
Questions on clerk? No? All right. Financial administration, so this is for, you can see it, read it right there, payroll, our banking, and our flex spending. We reduced our payroll charges. We're fortunate in that we get credit from the bank every month for deposits that are held there quarterly. Thank you, for deposits that are held there, and it helps offset this line. So we were able to reduce it to $6,000. Columbia Bank, so these are our bank charges, and then flex spending, that's our wage works account for our flex spending. We have to pay for that service. So that is finance. They've got a couple more, so you can hold your questions for Colleen. So this is for audit. This is a direct bill. This isn't, we get the 2% increases each year. So this year, there'll be no change in the total appropriation. But that's for our auditor to come in and do our annual audit, not just for us, but for the water department as well, and the budget, yeah.
Can you explain the flex spending? Like, who is that for? Is that for borough employees? Like, what?
Yeah,
Employees, we actually have to offer a flex spending account for them, and there's a company that we utilize that administers the program, and it's $100 a month.
So then how come we have to adopt 1,200 if it's only 100?
$100 a month.
Oh, duh. Okay, thank you.
Well, it does say utilize the 100,
Yeah,
so
that's
it's probably going to say 12.
oh,
Actually, at the time this was done, it was only 100. I've made the transfers.
Yeah, I'm sure.
you can cross out 100 and put in 1,200. I'll do that now. All right. All right, revenue administration. So this is the majority of Colleen's office, save for the computers line, which is the big one in here. So tax sale ads, she has to put ads in the paper for tax sales that we have. Second is computers. This line is probably, if you look over the last 5 years, the one that we've spent more and more money out of. Has gone up, one, just the cost of technology has increased rapidly, but two, we've done a lot more for cybersecurity in the past 2 to 3 years than we had before. So some of these are recurring costs that are, generally not changing, but when you get into know before, so that's the training that you all receive and that all of our employees receive about, not opening emails that you don't recognize, not sending money through places you don't recognize, don't click the links, that training, that costs us $1,700. Our email backup and event logging, so we pay for an email service through Microsoft Office 365. Microsoft backs that data up off-site for 2 months, but older than 2 months, they don't back up off-site. So we'll pay for our own backup. That's new this year. So is the know before.
I think I asked this before. It won't be cheaper to just hire a full-time tech in here?
No.
No.
They're expensive. I mean, the trouble is, could we hire someone with enough IT expertise that they could do, for a reasonable price, that could do, let's say, computer setups or email help and all that? Yeah, sure. And that would save us money if we were able to fill that person's time full-time. The problem becomes, when we use LinkHigh now, they have a great range of expertise in terms of people who are just good at computer setup and maybe like small network issues, to cybersecurity individuals who are looking at our cybersecurity and our patch and backup logs daily, and dealing with a lot of the harder things that we deal with. We deal with a lot of, that we have some more advanced networking problems and more advanced cybersecurity problems that the person we can afford won't be able to do. So no, we couldn't hire one person at the cost we want to do everything we need.
Did we ever consider partnering with the schools? They have 2 employees who do that. Perhaps we could enter a partnership and they can help us out to save some money?
Yeah, we could. So if the council's interested in doing that, the areas we would save money is not even the antivirus, the support, $13,900 a month, and plus, so that's our monthly charge. Plus, we have an annual overage. So maybe that $25,000. That is potentially things that we could use the school for. I imagine they would have a cost to it as well. We could find out what that is if the council is interested. These other things where, like, we have to have our own email backup and event logging, our Sonic walls, regardless of who we use, that doesn't change. The internet doesn't change. Our antiviruses wouldn't change at the school. We also have our police department that has to be separate from everything else. So we have a server for the police department, and then we have a server for everybody else. We have email that runs through the police department, email that runs through everybody else. So there would be some things that the school could not be involved in, but for maybe that lower level support, if the mayor and council are interested, that's something we could look into. There may be savings there. It's not going to be I wouldn't expect that it's savings enough to help deal with the appropriations problem we have this
I
year.
think once before we looked into hiring.
Did you? Yeah. Hiring somebody here? Yeah.
Yeah, we interviewed people, and the thing was, it was like a high security thing, and it had to go through a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
And then that was a previous administrator, then it just dropped out.
Yeah, we can talk to the school. I mean, it certainly doesn't hurt. Right?
Yeah,
You
I-
made
I-
valid points, so Patrick, so thank
Yeah,
you.
We'll see. We can ask.
It couldn't hurt to, I don't know too many towns that have an in-house IT person. One town has a part-timer, he almost seems like a consultant, that's a local guy that works part-time for the town, because a lot of these expenses aren't for the person's time, it's for the software support and backup, storage, things like that. And, when Patrick says we have to do this and have to do that, it's, you get bits and pieces of it, and we'll hear a little bit more at elected officials training. It's the Mel formed the new cyber GIF this year, and there's a whole new set of requirements, and if we don't meet the requirements, we pay higher deductibles and get lower coverage. So these are the basic things we have to do just to have a reasonable deductible and higher limits of coverage, because cyber ransomware claims against municipalities used to start at 50, 60,000 like ours did a few years ago, and now they're starting at 500, 600,000. So we ramp up or we pay.
And it's important to know that one of the expenses in here, that $4,500 for email backup and event logging, without that, we won't meet the lowest tier of the GIFT requirements. So, just like us, in terms of getting new IT systems each year, they have new requirements each year. And one of their recent ones was email backup and event logging. The event logging is really good. There will be systems installed on our computers that look for unusual traffic between, who's accessing the network, through what ports, what programs, databases, computers are they going into, and they do it in real time. So the majority of, or the highest day for cyber attacks or the days for cyber attacks are like 3:30 a.m. on Thanksgiving, Christmas, like those holidays where these criminals are not idiots, not complete idiots at least, and so they know that they have a greater likelihood of being able to lock down a system if they access it on days when nobody's there, right? There's nobody coming in and seeing, oh man, I can't log into my computer, or the IT company that shows up at 8:30 in the morning and is looking at your files, they're going to be 5 hours delayed already. This is a company and a system that will actively monitor that type of activity and those types of threats, and it is a requirement from our insurer for good reason, but a requirement for even the lowest tier of coverage in terms of lower deductibles and higher coverage. So, all right, so we're going down secondary disclosures and consulting. So disclosures are typical in every budget. The new item here is for a consultant. We have a consultant that comes in quarterly and meets with Colleen to go over some of the more intricate details of our budget and our accounting system, and areas where in previous years we weren't as proficient in, and it was identified by Colleen and by our auditor that we could use a little bit of help, and this is someone who we used last year. We found room in the budget for it last year, but this will be the first year that we are appropriating for it. Other contractual items, so Edmunds, which is our financial software, Pitney Bowes, and our folding machine lease, which seems like a lot until you had to fold things by hand, and obviously now quarterly we're sending out those PFAS notices, but we also send out, it doesn't just fold, it also stuffs, and so for a lot of our bills and things, it's useful to have. Postage, PO rental boxes, dues for the CFO, and car allowance. So that line now is increasing from last year, a request of 104 to a request this year of 127. And the big thing is that $20,000 there for IT. Questions on revenue? All right. Filing of tax title liens. This is just if you have it, if you have to file, there's a fee for it, but you typically don't file. All right, $100. Maybe we use it. Tax Assessment Administration, so this is for Angela Matisse, our tax assessor. Appraisals for tax maps updates. This is a line where we don't always use it, and you don't always know if you need to use it, but if you do, it's going to be expensive. Last year we didn't need it, so we didn't have any appraisals that she needed to defend tax appeals, and we had no tax map updates. We do know this year we will have, and we've already funded some of an appraisal. So we have an open tax appeal with the assisted living facility in Waldwick. It's a big one, and assisted living facilities require specialized assessors, and so we pay them not just for the assessment, but also their testimony should it be required before the appeals board. So we'll use up a good chunk of that this year. She's got office supplies, conferences and meetings, and then each year we make a contribution to the reserve for tax appeal. So this will be a $15,000 contribution into that reserve. Questions on assessor? All right. Legal services, so borough attorney, redevelopment planner and attorney. We overspent this line in 2022. We had, for the redevelopment or the area in need of redevelopment study that we are conducting down by the train station. That was not appropriated for in the 2022 budget, but something that was approved by the mayor and council during the course of the year. The planner for that was $20,000. The redevelopment attorney for that was $10,000. We won't have, at least not those expenses again this year. We still, with the attorney, we still have money encumbered and unspent for that project. For the planner, they will conclude probably within the next week or two their study. There may be other fees associated with it in terms of if we decide to move forward with the study, but not to that $30,000 level that we had spent out last year. HR litigation, we use a separate a special law firm for HR issues. So not Craig Basang, our municipal attorney. We use Ruderman and Roth for HR issues. So this funds them, and the deductible for employee liability insurance. So that is, this line change, what we actually spend changes from year to year. Hopefully we don't spend any of it because it means that we didn't have any HR issues that required legal counsel, but there are years where we spent out all of this. Tax appeals, so that is, Craig Basang is also our tax appeal attorney, and those, his bills for that work get separated out from his bills for the mayor and council, and then bond counsel, which this is separate from when we kind of issue bonds, but if we need advice of bond counsel at a point where we're not paying him for the other time we typically pay him is for the issuance of bonds, we'll charge it to this line. Any questions on legal services? All right, engineering services, this is our, the money we spend with Boswell. So a lot of the engineering services are project specific. So you award a contract, let's say for PFAS treatment, and we award a contract to Boswell for the engineering services. This is everything else. So this is, we have an issue with Borough Hall that requires an engineer, and actually they did the report for how much weight could be carried in the storage room. Right, they had a structural engineer come over. Those are little things that will get charged to this line. We have an issue where we need to design an ADA sidewalk maybe that's not included with a capital program. So do little things like that. Advice, maybe a map drawn up for a grant application. So that's for this amount. Planning board and zoning board. So this is really their legal advertising, their cost for their board attorneys and their board engineers, small numbers for office supplies, and their professional associations. So that's $6,300 for planning board and $6,100 for zoning board. We cut down zoning board a little bit. Construction code fees, the office supplies, we rely on the construction official by calling him on his cell phone quite often because he's in the field frequently, so we give him a stipend for that. And similar to some other employees, he's out driving all day doing inspections, so we give him a stipend for that. Any questions on construction? All right, insurance, here's a big one where we'll get hit. So this is our JIF insurance. We talked already about the increase of this line. In 2022, our actual bill was $320,000, and we got a $9,500 decrease. So $310,000 in just the current fund. This year, it's going up to $352,000. So we budget almost to the dollar there. This year, not only do we have the increase to pay for, but we're also not getting a dividend this year. And it's not specific to Waldwick. No municipalities are receiving a dividend. Dividends are only given out when the JIF is overperforming, and this is not a year where they're overperforming. We have deductions from them for entities where we provide coverage and pay for it. So obviously the water utility, but also the library, ambulance, and the Regional Health Commission. And then the last line there, those are of other insurance coverages for the fire department ambulance squad. That's accidental death and disability coverage. That's above and beyond what would be covered by the JIF. And we have an insurance policy for volunteers. So let's say we're doing a community cleanup, and volunteers walking through the woods picking up trash, rolls their ankle. They'll first submit through their own insurance as primary, but they have an opportunity to submit through our insurance after that. Questions on insurance? All right. self-insurance contribution. So when we have, a good example is like, we just had a tree fall at DPW, and it came through a fence and it crushed a tar pot. A tar pot's what you use when you're patching roads. It's a trailer. So we have to get fence work done. We have to buy a new tar pot. We will spend money out of this line for those replacements after we get JIF approval, and then we need money in this line for two things. One, sometimes we don't get that check right away, so we've spent the money because we needed to replace equipment before we receive the reimbursement from the JIF. So it helps us balance that. Two, there's always a JIF deductible. So the JIF will reimburse us the cost of the claim less our deductible. So this line covers that deductible. And so we had paid out at the beginning of last year a few high dollar claims. And so we really spent this line down. The beginning balance for this year was only $26,000. So we don't have a lot of money for deductibles or for that kind of float we need to pay expenses. So we've increased this not much. I think in any other year we would increase this a lot more, but we've increased it a little bit. Employee group health, another area of great increase. So the last year was, let's see, our spend, $685,000 spent and $181,000 was reimbursed from employee contributions. So that brings down to $500,000. This year we expect our true cost to be around $700,000. Yeah, and we do include money in here for coverage changes. So that $50,000, that would be, let's say, for an employee who's hired and he or she is single at the time, or they don't take coverage, and then during the course of their employment they decide, well, now I'm a family, or now I want coverage. This would be to fund those increases. Our current appropriation is based off of our January bill, but we know that there are going to be some of those changes throughout the year, especially considering we have young employees in some of our departments. So we know that'll happen.
Can you just reiterate what drove those costs up? 200,000?
On the insurance side, no.
No.
I'm not kidding
The
you.
state health benefits.
State health benefits plan.
So so
22%.
there's no.
They send us a bill. Why it increased that much? The state will tell you two things. They'll tell you healthcare cost increases dramatically, and that the expenses associated with COVID had increased, had caused it to increase even more dramatically for two reasons. One, direct costs because people were getting vaccines or treatment, or they were or hospitalized, let's say, and then indirect costs because people deferred routine medical procedures or medical checkups, and it has caused you an increased cost in future years. You know, you didn't go for your checkups, and now you've got a blood pressure problem, or you got a, you need surgery. So the state will tell you that that's the reason for a 22% increase. I'm sure that that's true to a point. I like to believe in government, and I don't want to be skeptical, but I can tell you that for a long time, the state health benefit plan increases annually were drastically less than the industry. And you ask, how could that be? And the question to pose would be, do you think that the insurance company that the state has contracted with is so excellent in what they do that they're 4 to 5 percentage points below the industry average? I'll tell you, that's a hard thing to do. I think it's more likely that the state had artificially suppressed costs in an effort to get people to join state health benefits, and then you can only do that for so long. There's going to be a greater problem because of this. So not only do we have this large increase this year because the state had, I believe, for a while or not increased us appropriately, but now because of this increase, anybody who can leave the plan for a better plan is going to do so. And the people that can leave the plan are people with low experience, which means they have a generally healthier workforce than the average. So another plan, and it's something we're looking to do now, we're shopping around insurances, right? So when we shop around insurance, we get our plan costs from the state, and we take them to an insurer, and they look at them and they say, you know, if we're relatively responsible, we have a generally healthy workforce, they'll say, yeah, we'll take you on, come on over. if we do not have a healthy workforce, they don't want to be interested in covering us because they don't want to take on that risk of potential volatility. You know, we got a bunch of employees who are constantly hospitalized, constantly requiring surgery. So what's going to happen at the state level is all these plans, all these municipalities that are seeing these increases, they're going to do what we do. They're going to look for other places, and the majority of people who get to go to other places are the less expensive plans. In-state health benefits, that leaves all the expensive plans. So that means those expensive plans are going to go up more than the average, right? And so this is going to be a multi-year problem that we see with state health benefits. And it's one of the reasons why we are shopping around aggressively our insurance. We have some problems in that we've been waiting to hear back from the state for benefit information or coverage information for weeks and weeks and months.
And also, just so you know, we've done this before. This is about the third time we'll be doing this since I've been on council. And in the prior attempts, we were not accepted into the other plans because of our claim losses. But from what I've heard so far, our claim losses look pretty competitive this year. We have a better shot at getting into another fund and saving some money.
And what we are, we could consider anything. We could consider going to a private insurer plan. We could consider going to, self-funded where we take on all the risk and we hope we have enough money to cover it. What is probably the most beneficial to us and what we're exploring first is to go to a health insurance fund. So health insurance funds operate like our JIF. It is a group of municipalities that band together to spread the risk around. Some people are going to have good claims years. Some people are going to have bad. We spread the risk around. And you're a little closer to the covered individual, and so you can do things like spend more money on wellness campaigns and on preventative maintenance and things and try to drive down costs that way. They look pretty, there's a lot of advantages to them. In addition, like the JIF, when they run well, you could get a dividend from it. And so instead of, being with Blue Cross Blue Shield, where savings goes to the company, we can, if we see savings, we would expect at some point to see a dividend back from the HIF.
So how competitive are they?
More competitive?
More,
it's
$10,000 more? Just to get an idea, just to hold on to a
I don't
vein
know.
of
We
hope
have
here.
not.
Another difference is one of the things the state does is they charge everybody the same amount of money. And that's how the good towns offset the expense to the bad towns. The HIF doesn't do that. You get an actuarial report, and they actually assign you a rate schedule based on your loss history.
Sounds like a really good idea.
It
Is there hope that we get into something like that this year, or is this next year?
I'd say we were, a couple months ago, it was like 40-60. I think we're probably now at about 60-40. So it's getting a little better.
Yeah. And
Well,
we
the
could
more
do it
state-
anytime.
The more the state gives us the information Patrick needs to do this assessment, the better off we are, but it's very difficult.
And sometimes the information they give you isn't an accurate representation of your coverage. So they'll include I'll say, I need our claims coverage. And they'll include in our claims coverage retirees who are eligible to pay the state for coverage, a couple other small groups. And they'll include that in our claims coverage. But they don't tell us how much they cost the plan. But they're not coming with us if we move. And we don't pay for them in the state health benefits plan anyway. So how come they're in our claims coverage? Oh, well, we'll see if we can back that information out. And trying to figure that out is very difficult. Waldwick is where for the municipalities that have this problem, we've kind of been the guinea pig in a good way. It leaves us at the front, but for trying to get this information from the state and for trying to have the state explain to us accurately what's included in our claims data. So there's a couple other towns kind of following our lead. We can leave at any time. It's going to take, let's say today we were accepted by the HIF. You're talking about setting up the plan and open enrollments, 4 to 6 months you figure on, like, responsibly getting out.
Yeah, I think what they would say is 90 days.
Yeah.
So it sounds like 702,000 is what we're stuck with.
Yeah.
Okay.
For now.
Yeah.
And I have already talked to the bargaining units about this. The good thing to come from Chapter 78, which was a a law implemented under the Christie administration where employees have to pay in a certain percentage of their health care coverage. A good benefit of that was that employees are now partners in the plan to a less percentage than the borough. I mean, even at the greatest extent, it's 60-30 or 55-35, or I'm sorry, 70-30. They're now partners in it. So we go to them and say, we're trying to change plans in order to save costs. They're going to see a certain percentage of that. Thus far, they're on board with it. All right. EAP, this is our Employee Assistance Program. They had a decrease in costs this year. Dental insurance, accidental death and dismemberment coverage for the police department. We get that through MetLife. We do drug screenings for any safety-sensitive positions, and we do respiratory tests of firefighters. So that line, or that department total is going from $600,000 to $748,000.
By the way, I just want to go back to one more point on health insurance. If anybody thinks or was thinking, well, why didn't we do this sooner? I would say we got the number on the state health benefits later than we ever have before. And they kept postponing the announcement. I think it usually comes out in September, October. I think it was sometime in November. They came out with the final figures. So you didn't really have a lot of lead time to react to
Yeah.
what you were dealing with.
I'm sure they don't want people to leave, and they're
No.
doing everything they can.
Well, I think that was part of it. The other part was there were discussions behind the scenes, supposedly, about the state helping offset some of these costs, and it didn't happen.
And there's still conversations ongoing.
Still conversations.
And
It's February.
the League of Municipalities is lobbying on municipalities' behalf for some relief. There are some legislators that are lobbying on our behalf, and but to date, no change. And I think that while we knew an increase was coming, generally, I don't think anybody expected a 22% increase in 1 year. Responsibly, maybe you figure they hit you with a couple of years of 12s. I don't know, but 22 is dramatic.
Yeah, even when they came out and made the initial announcement at 22, everybody said, well, they're just saying that to scare you, so when they come back with 15, it doesn't sound so bad.
Yeah, they haven't come back
And
with a
that
15
didn't
yet.
happen.
No.
And I did see Senator Corrado a few weeks ago, and she said there's money there. She doesn't know why they're not putting it toward this.
Yeah.
But there's money sitting somewhere in a fund that they just won't apply to this. I don't know.
The next is health benefit waiver. So for employees that choose not to take municipal insurance, and so long as their coverage isn't alternatively through the state health benefits plan, they're entitled to a health benefit waiver. Saves the borough money for them not to take the plan, so we want to incentivize them to not do that. They're capped out at how much they can be paid out, and it's much less than what would be the borough's share of the plan cost. Police, so there's police in cap and police out of cap, so this is starting in cap. Uniforms, these are the uniform allowances that we provide to the officers, crossing guard uniforms, and our 5 communications officers and a couple of per diem officers. That remains the same in terms of funding. Equipment maintenance, so their firearms training, their vehicle cleaning, law book, surveillance equipment, that's increased $200 just because some of their contracts and things have gone up. Office supplies, conferences, meetings, trainings, rifle training. Going to upgrade an old SWAT rifle, buy road flares. I mean, things you expect to see in there. That, at least that first page subtotal is only going up by $200. The next line, these are their contracts. This line's increasing for the same reason that our IT contract is increasing. These IT expenses are increasing greater than average, and they're adding new ones. So the last things on there, the body-worn camera licenses, we have 23 body-worn cameras now that were not in last year's appropriation. We have a license for that, $4,000. So that is a new charge for this year. And then the first line, our contract with the Bergen County Prosecutor's Office, they store a lot of our video data for us. That increased $2,000, so more than we would typically expect. And that's mostly what's driving the increase in that line. New recruit, we typically appropriate 2,500 in this line, but when we get a new recruit, we know it's going to cost us more than that. This year, we did have a new recruit. It cost us almost $6,000. So in this year's appropriation, while no one is resigned or retired their position, we want to make sure that should it be necessary, we have enough, or at least closer to that funding amount. Pronouncements. So there are sometimes we get charged for pronouncements, although not recently. That is if the coroner, or I think some hospital staff can also do that. If they have to come out to a scene to pronounce somebody deceased, there may be a charge for that. DARE, this is for the DARE programs. You can see what it's there for. So a bunch of giveaways usually. So this is their department subtotal. Not too much of an increase. They go from 129 to 141. Their police cars, so previous years, $60,000. This year, we're moving that over to capital. Vehicle outfit, so this is a little bit of what Councilman Sherman was discussing before. We have a vehicle trust from outside duty payments, where when you hire an officer for outside duty, you pay for their wage, and you also pay for the use of the car. That car use goes into a trust. We use that trust to pay vehicle expenses. We need new sirens and lights on our Detective Bureau car. $3,000. It's in the requested line, but it doesn't add down to the subtotal because it'll come from a trust, or from the total line, because it'll come from a trust. Then you get to the pistol range. This is our contribution to our pistol range. So the pistol range is calculated by a per officer fee. We set the same fee for everybody in the consortium, so all other towns. It's the per officer fee plus $500 for capital. So that's how we come
Every
up.
other town has already paid us.
What's that?
We're up to date with other towns
Yeah.
paying us.
Yeah, well, and
Paying faithfully.
yeah, everybody does a good job of paying. So that's our contribution to the range.
Patrick, I have a quick
Yep.
question. Can we go back to 24273? There was a training line item.
Yep.
I know that the OEM wants more training that we were talking about earlier.
Mhm.
Can you take money from this line item, since we didn't utilize all of it, for that training?
You could. It depends on the year. So where we didn't utilize all of it last year, you might otherwise this year, even without OEM. I would say that that's one of the things where when you're adding in something new, maybe you say, well, let's wait till the end of the year and see if we have any money in the line. And then if we do, you can do it. For OEM, the discussion for the council would be, do you want to treat that as an item where you wait till the end of the year to see if you can fund, if there's enough money left in the budget. But I think that you could.
Okay.
Yeah, you can, when you're looking for areas to cut and how to balance the budget, yeah, you could look at that line.
Okay, thank you.
But unlike some other lines, there's no purposeful padding in that line, right? There's none of that emergency reserve in that line. All right, so then we're down to out of cap, our 911 costs with Ridgewood. They are our PSAP, our primary answering point. And so when you dial 911, they get it first before it comes to Waldwick. That's the charge for that. And then you get the pistol range. So the pistol range is entirely supported by money we receive from member agencies. Our member agencies are Allendale, Hohokus, Midland Park, Ramsey, Ridgewood, Saddle River, and us. We also receive contributions to the range from the Waldwick Pistol Rifle Club. This budget is only what we receive from those members, and it does include Waldwick. So, I'm sorry, it does not include Waldwick, because we can't show that appropriation twice in our budget. So, salary and wages, we clean over there, and we also, there's administration required from the police department, from myself and from Colleen, so we offset, we charge them for some of our time. Utilities over there. Has the materials and supplies line, it's expensive to change out air filters over there because of their shooting indoors. That is all circulated through HEPA filters, and one, they're expensive filters. Two, once they are changed out, they're considered hazardous waste and have to be handled as such. So they can be expensive. You get targets, earplugs, miscellaneous repairs, and then we have a capital improvement fund from each members. If you look at this, you might say, well, it doesn't really add up because everything in here doesn't include our contribution of the $7,976. We put that in there just to show we transferred from our appropriations line into this line. So should any other municipality say, hey, is Waldwick paying their fair share, we have an accounting of how it transfers. Any money that's unspent in this line is transferred to a capital line that can be used towards capital purchases in future years for the pistol range. Any questions on the range? Yeah.
The cleaning expense, can you explain that? Don't we have a cleaning person in the district? Is that part of his salary?
That's right.
Okay.
So when we flip over to salary and wage spreadsheet, you'll see under that custodian salary an offset of this amount. And same with my salary and Colleen's salary. There's a small offset for those amounts. Emergency management. So we had changed OEM coordinators last year. We had always appropriated $500. I don't remember, in my time here, I don't believe it was ever used. Last year, it still wasn't. Our OEM coordinator is now Lieutenant Seifert. His last year was getting up and running, getting his own certifications, and we had to update our OEM manual. So that was the focus of his OEM efforts last year. This year, he would like to do more training, and he in the capital budget has asked for an existing administrative vehicle to be replaced with a multifunction OEM administration vehicle, and that'll require some outfitting and upkeep. So he had increased the request for this line to $2,500. Lieutenant Seifert will be here next Tuesday with Chief Messner to discuss some of his requests. They will discuss the accreditation, and they'll discuss the OEM vehicle. Those are kind of new things. So that we've invited them to present directly to the council.
And since he took over, Lieutenant Seifert, what he did was he changed around the whole OEM organization. He used to be members of just one gentleman, and they were all members of the fire department. There was an ex-mayor on the council, on that committee, which I think we just did it out of respect. But what Lieutenant Seifert did, he made sure that he has people that represent the OEM from all different areas of the town. He has a police officer on there. He's got a fire person on there, and he has an ambulance corps person. So he has a good group of people that are very dedicated to working OEM and making it more serious than it used to be.
We've been fortunate in previous years and not have any incidents where OEM was relied on heavily, but it's one of those things where you want it to be as efficient as possible and hope you never need it. And so we're fortunate to have Lieutenant Seifert kind of increasing the capacity of that function. WALVAC, so we have annual contributions to WALVAC, and we subtract from that the cost of their insurance, which is the JIF line that you saw above here, and we also provide them a clothing allowance. So it's pretty steady at $21,000. Whatever we don't, they get everything that's appropriated in this line. Fire department, so miscellaneous dues, so they're part of a mutual aid association. They have charges for their equipment maintenance, ladder testing, and testing of their pumps and hoses. They have contracts. The Cascade system is their self-contained breathing apparatus system that refills those tanks. They have cellular plans for their iPads. They have dispatch, active 911. So that's all $15,750. Paints, product soap stuff they use in the firehouse. Uniforms, per borough code, it says we shall not give them any more than $22,500. We rarely do. You can see it's 16. Last year we paid out $16,700. So we've reduced this line just a little bit to make up for increases in their other lines. Some testing, office supplies. They get a travel allowance for the assistant chief. Right now, the assistant chief does still not have a vehicle. We've purchased the vehicle. It's in the process of being outfitted. That's taking longer than is typical because of why everything's taking longer than usual, and that we're having trouble getting the materials we need. So right now, he's still driving his own vehicle, and he gets a stipend for that. As soon as he starts driving the car, we'll prorate his stipend. Yeah, for sure. Equipment repair, supplies, these are all typical. Training, last line, fire police, so their line does not increase at all. Any questions on fire? All right. Fire hydrant, so this is money that the borough pays to the water utility for when the fire department uses fire hydrants. Since hydrants are unmetered, we want to make sure that we are paying the water department for water that's used by the municipality. Fire prevention, so part of this is a state fees that we receive. So we receive $14,000 from the state. We also get local fees, and so our total appropriation for this is generally $34,616. Their actual operations, they have their own dues for professional organizations. They may attend the League of Municipalities. They do fire prevention weeks. They've got a car that they maintain. They buy some uniforms, office supplies. They have vehicle and computer equipment not used every year because fortunately they have a car that runs and they have a computer that runs, but when we get to that point where they need replacing, we'll charge this line. We charge them for the heat, the light, and the telephone in their office, and we charge them for Social Security. The reason why you see, especially like when you get down to heat and telephone and Social Security, and if you have any questions, Colleen's going to have to answer this, but they're one of the departments where they take in fees for their service. Some of the fees go to the state. They get funding from the state, and basically what they spend has to be what they take in, and there's no real margin between them. And so we make sure that we bill them for everything because it has to reflect, like even the heat is basically that overhead expense has to be reflected so that we balance the fees that we're receiving and what the state gets. That was a confusing answer, and if you have any questions, again, Colleen will answer.
The heat, light, and telephone, that's to use that desk downstairs.
That's right. Yep, they have a desk in the construction code office.
Well, just a
So that's a
thought.
portion of
Right.
that.
Just
Not-
a thought, since they have, if we get rid of WPI, why don't you put them up here? So they
We have
their
other
own
ideas
office.
for that office. I
The
would.
what?
They only have one small office in the corner downstairs. If
But they don't need like privacy and stuff?
No. They come in after hours anyway. They're typically, so they're, our fire official, Jim O'Connell, is here, during the day, but the other fire inspectors are typically here after hours because they all have other jobs. They do this part-time. The WPI office, should you decide to no longer fund them and that office can be used for different things, we still need storage in Borough Hall, and so I think that'd probably be the best use. Anything regarding how Borough Hall is used in terms of space allocation or design, that goes to the clerk's office. You can talk to the clerk about who goes where and what the carpet in this room is going to look like when it's rehabbed. We have a whole office that just handles those decisions. Any questions on fire prevention? All right. Streets and roads, so this is DPW. Similar to other departments, they've got their professional associations, they've got their material and supplies. The material and supply line is increased this year. We had included a material and supply line under street and road and also under recycling. DPW, in practice, didn't actually separate out those expenses because there's no real practical need to. So you'll see later on down in the budget. We moved $12,000 from there up to this line, which is why it's increasing by what it is. Clothing and uniform, so similar to police, because of the nature of their work, they go through a lot of clothing and uniform stuff. So this all gets charged to the line, and we remove from that some from water, $4,200, because everything gets charged to this line, and then we just move money from water over into this line. Same with boots and gloves, contractually obligated, and we get a contribution from water. CDL fees, this is going up tenfold. So $350 last year to $3,500. The reason for this, the state changed their requirement for individuals obtaining a CDL license. It used to be that you could get a permit, you could do some driving. In our case, they drove DPW trucks with other CDL licensed drivers, and then they went off and took their test. Now, the state requires that you take a classroom and on-the-road course. And that course is $1,600. So last year, we had 3 employees go through that course. When we adopted the budget, we didn't know that we were going to hire 3 employees, and we didn't know that this course was required, or because at that time it wasn't. So now we have to start doing that, which is why, 1, we've overexpended that line by so much, and 2, why we've increased appropriation for this year. We do know that 1 DPW employee is retiring, and we also know we know that there may be others, and so that's why we've appropriated this amount this year. We also started reimbursing employees for their CDL license. We started that last year, and the reason for that, our contract requires you have a CDL license, and so it's a relatively inexpensive renewal every 3 years. I think it's $45. 4 years, it's $50, right? And so, for that expensive, we're going to require it. Well, we can pay for your renewal.
Everybody there now has a CDL license, or some are waiting to get it?
Some are waiting. So everybody who's in, we've got 2 titles. Well, we've got a few titles. We have a supervisor title, and then repairer title, and a laborer title. Everybody starts out as a laborer. It's a 3-tier, 3 steps to get up to top step, and then they can get hired into, when there's an opening, get hired into repairer. We'll hire laborers without a CDL, and the agreement is that you get a CDL within 1 year of being hired. And if you don't have a CDL, we do not promote you to the repair. We want people to have CDLs. We hire people without CDLs because we want to hire DPW workers. We don't want to hire truck drivers. And that, nothing wrong with truck drivers, but if you come in with someone who's saying, like, I just want to drive a truck, no, you're going to drive a truck sometimes, but you're going to, you also better be ready to, use a shovel and swing a hammer and, climb on roofs and mow lawns, right? So we want to hire DPW people. We're happy to pay for your CDL because that, it's beneficial to us to structure it that way. So we have a few employees who are taking their test in the first half of this year. We have 2 employees without a CDL. We expect them to get it this year. Hand tools, pothole repair, safety vests, what you would see typically. So the increase in this line is from 36 to 51, and again, $12,000 of that is moving money from another line. Any questions on DPW? All right, snow removal, purchase of salt, $100,000 in every budget. You'll see last year we spent $86,000. That remaining balance of $14,000 will likely be canceled to the snow trust, the storm recovery trust. And then we are required by law to either plow or compensate for plowing for for areas where there are public roads and call them private residences. So we do not plow Riverside, Tamaron, White's Pond Landing, or Farm Estates, and so we pay them for plowing and salting. The reason we could decide to do it ourselves, we certainly have the capacity to do it ourselves. The reason we don't is those are areas where it's typical for these types of condo associations to have parking on the main roads, and so what we don't want to have happen is for us to go through and clear the roads, and then their contractor come through and clear the parking lots. The parking lot and the road at a point become one and the same. You're just walking over each other. So let them do it. We'll pay them. We only pay them what we would have spent to plow those roads. So Matt does all these calculations. It depends on how frequently, depending on our contract. Some contracts are structured differently, but depending on the agreement, we can pay them based on however many times we're out there.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Why was the 2022 utilized a lot more?
We had, for Tamaron Association last year, we ended up paying out the 2021 and the 2022. They hadn't submitted their bill to us in time, and they were only like 2 months late, but it was the difference between December and February, and so we paid them out. We had, what's that?
Cameron got a double amount.
Yeah. So we ended up not spending that money in 21 and doubling up in 22. I think if it was a situation where it would have broken the bank, then maybe we would have had another consideration. But we had the money in the budget
Do we salt those developments?
when they need it. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, because we salt the, and we would only pay to plow and salt the public right-of-way. So in Tamron Association, it is only Tamron Drive and Chestnut, the one that cuts off to the side, right? So same thing with any of these associations, we're only paying to plow and salt the right-of-way, the public road. All right? Yeah, yeah,
But we don't salt, we pay them.
that's right, yeah.
Was that your question?
I didn't hear you.
Did you say, do we salt the road?
Yes.
Yeah, no, we pay them. They do the salting.
Oh, okay.
Municipal parking rides, so this is for the transit lot, for our expenses down there. We pay for the actual physical permit tags that hang in your window, and for lighting costs from the parking areas. Traffic control devices, so these are for the actual traffic signals, and they are unmetered. We get a flat fee per meter multiplied by what electricity is at that time. So that's traffic control devices. Any questions on those two? All right, GATA, this is for garbage contract. You know that we bid out our garbage and recycling collection in the same contract. So garbage gets collected twice a week, recycling gets collected once a week, and so we split it out 2/3 and 1/3. So this represents 2/3 of that total contract, and obviously that's going up dramatically this year to $508,000. The good thing is we see that dramatic increase, which is I think comes out to 41% across both lines. We see that this year. We won't see that next year. Next year is going to be, I forget if it's 2.5%, 2% for the next few years. We have a 5-year contract with them. All right, recycling line, the first one, this is the $12,000 that gets moved up to the DPW line. So you can see there we appropriated $12,000. We only spent $2,600. So that's why that line just wasn't fully used. The next one is our contract with GATA for recycling collection, and then we also have to pay to get rid of that recycling. 2 separate contracts. So one's a collection, the other's the disposal. We also have a contract with GATA for the disposal of that recycling. Recycling is interesting in how we pay for it. It will change per collection and per month. We pay based off of the value of that recycling at the time that it's collected. So, what's the cost of cardboard when we dispose of it, and what's the, what are we getting paid for our other commingled, our glass, plastic, metal recycling. These next 2 lines we had discussed briefly before, so we had included in our budgets in previous years $10,000 for tipping fees for grass and $25,000 for trucking for leaves. At our mulch pit, we have a leaf and grass collection area. We have a contractor that operates that. This would be, should we bid it out and get no bidders and not contract it out, what would it cost us to truck that off? We've been fortunate to always get somebody down there. I have already talked to individuals this year who are interested in that lease when it comes up in July or August. So I expect that we'll have somebody down there to do it. Another consideration for the mayor and council, it doesn't have to be during the budget process, but when we bid it out, how it was bid previously, we bid it out with Ho-Hocus. We bid it, and it's on our property, but Ho-Hocus used to help us operate that leaf site, where leaves that were dropped off there, we were joint owners of a tub grinder to mulch leaves, and we had both staff employees down there to run it. So when we bid it out, they got a share of the bid in that they could drop off, I think it's $20,000 worth of leaves and grass without a fee. We're going to bid that out again, and we have no relationship with them at this point. So I would hope that Waldwick decides that Ho-Hocus has to pay their own way, and whether we make sure that they can continue to dispose of here is one thing, but whether or not we shoulder the fee for that is another. We collect a fee on that lease. I think it's $7,000 or $8,000 this year. So I would expect that without having to get that offset for Ho-Hocus, maybe they pay us more.
So if I may, just give you a little more historical perspective of how we got here. So before we had a vendor down there doing this for us, it was a shared service, a very successful shared service where we partnered with Ho-Hocus to the point we purchased a tub grinder together, and it worked real well. We split the costs. I don't know if it was 60-40, something like that, because we had more going through there than they did. But at some point, we had a vendor come to us and wanted to use that facility, so it was kind of like a trial period. And we always kept money in the budget. I think the first year we left $120,000 in the budget, because if it didn't work out with this vendor, and then we needed to pay for somebody to take our grass and leaves away. So we always kept a substantial money in the budget. Over the years, we reduced that to, I think, about $90,000, because again, fear of losing that vendor should they become a problem and not work out. Well, now we're several years into this, to where the point is where it's what Patrick described. It's like, well, you know, it looks like Ho-Hocus is benefiting from what we've done, but prior to that, they were a partner with us down there. So we didn't just want to leave them high and dry without a place to go, but we've been benefiting from this to the point where today we're pretty confident we don't have to budget anything. We've got people paying us to want to use our facility there for the purposes of, you know, whatever they're using it for, in exchange for taking our grass and leaves for free. So, you know, we make, you know, if you want to think about it in terms of what we've saved on the budget, $120,000 plus the $7,000 they give us, and we don't have to support, maintain a grinder or compactor of any kind down there.
Yeah.
So, you know, I think it's an improvement for us. We'll have to talk about what Ho-Hocus's part is this. If we owe them anything, what is that? If they owe us anything, you know, what that is. But that's kind of how we got here, which puts us in a very fortunate position.
What happened to the grinder then? Do we
Sold
still
it.
have Oh, we sold it?
Yeah,
Okay.
got rid of it.
All right.
Right? 'Cause it just sat there. So probably 2 years ago, we sold it. We sent Ho-Hocus a check. We're done. Yeah.
I think we've only had one issue down there, is when we changed vendors, was who owned the electricity.
Yeah, we were involved in a
Because the
lawsuit.
prior vendor had it installed and wanted money from the new vendor,
Yeah,
who said,
yeah.
yeah,
We ended up paying out like $6,000. It was fine.
we
We
had
own it
nothing to
now.
do with it.
That's the
Yeah,
good
now
news.
we own it.
We own it. Yeah, it's great, the mulch pit. It's, you know, it's property that can't be used for much else, and you get a tremendous benefit.
and
All right.
you know, and if you just add 2% a year to that 120,000 we used to spend, we're still benefiting from that. I don't know, 6-8 years later. I'm not even sure
Yeah.
how long it's been down there, but
So this is current vendor is finishing their 5th year down there, and prior to that was ERI. I think they did 2 or 3 years.
that sounds
Yeah, yeah. Or RVH was currently we have ERI. Prior to that was RVH. Anyway, that gets us to buildings and grounds. So contracts, elevators, lawn maintenance, HVAC, hydro raking, White's Pond management. Those are all our big numbers. But you know, that line in the next one is kind of that, like, you know, you never know it's like your own house. You never know what's going to break tomorrow, and when it does, you need a place to charge it. It goes to B&G.
Did you ever do an assessment on all the air-conditioned units and the heating units we have in all the buildings?
Yeah, so the police department has all new HVAC. The library had the majority of their units replaced. They have one older unit that is functioning well, was just assessed last year. And in the Borough Hall is my concern. We have a lot of old units that are still running, but a lot of old units. In this year's capital, in last year's capital budget, the mayor and council had approved $20,000 for HVAC upgrades. And at the time, there was an expectation that that would be used at the library. They had a need, they thought. Then they had a different contractor come in and said, no, this runs fine. You know, I don't know if they did twist this bolt and everything. It's been working just fine since. So we still have that $20,000. There'll be no request for any new appropriation. Should everything fail here at Borough Hall, we have a place to charge to tomorrow for
And
HVAC.
fire and ambulance corps, they're all right?
Fire and ambulance corps, all right. Yep. For now, you know. But again, it's one of those things. You keep them running. We get them maintained quarterly.
That's what an issue.
They haven't come back and say this machine's not working. Replace it. And until they'll do, we'll get every bit of life we can out of them. And when we're ready to replace them, we have a line to charge it to. Building maintenance. This is that, overall maintenance on building, $85,000, paint for the soccer fields, tree care, sprinkler testing. Now, you can see that we overspent this line last year by $16,000. In 2022, we spent $24,000 on tree care. It's tree removal. And that was the result of the emerald ash borer. So we had multiple ash trees, probably, I don't know, 24, maybe more, ash trees in the borough that had to be taken down. Big work, big trees, some of them close to buildings. So right behind Borough Hall, we had that whole row of trees was ash trees, and we were hoping that they weren't going to die. But then, to our delight, we get to start seeing woodpeckers, Kelly and I, out our windows. But it's just a sign of bad things to come. And they declined quickly. They started dropping limbs. And so we had to take them down. And that happened here in Veterans Park, at Borough Park, in Emmett Park. We had trees all over that had to be taken down. So $24,000 that, we know we're going to have to take down trees or plant trees from time to time, but $24,000 in a year was unexpected. So that's why we spent more in that line than was expected. Backpack blowers, string trimmers, things, it might be used for other things, but they're those small, let's say, like combustion engine hand tools run by the DPW. Questions on B&G? All right. Vehicle maintenance? What's that? Oh, yeah, you want to, up 10:30. This is a good time. Yeah. Everybody's rushing.
We need silence so that we could go back onto tape.
Okay, tape's on.
Ready for me? Yeah. All right. So we are on to vehicle maintenance. So we are fortunate to have an employee who does the more routine maintenance on borough vehicles. So things like changing tires, oil changes, air filter changes, those, and some, smaller kind of repairs. And it benefits us because it's done quicker and it's done less expensive than if we send it out to a shop. So this line funds that, and it also funds repairs, and we do end up sending things out to the shop for all of our vehicles. So this will fund when the fire truck needs to go for repair, DPW trucks, police department. They all come out of this line. In 2022, you'll see we spent $33,000 more than was appropriated. We replaced more tires than we had expected. Tires are one of those things where when they need replacing, you can't delay. So we had to replace those, and tires last year were much more expensive than they had been in previous years. As is, anything derived from petroleum products, which they are, price had gone up. So we don't expect that to continue into this year. So we're back down to $210,000. Public health. So this is for our both our Board of Health, where we pay Northwest Bergen. The Northwest Bergen are the lines where it says commission, registrar, and nursing. So they serve those functions. And then the middle one is Board of Health. So those are for medical supplies at the health center. We do some lead risk assessments. We have to do some ads. We pay for the telephone in the health center and some building maintenance over there. Flu shots for volunteers, and we have stigma-free. All that comes out of that line.
Patrick, as far as the Board of Health, are we still thinking about putting them over here?
Yeah. Yeah, and actually, there's a new health officer who I've met with Kelly and Matt, and I think, and I know that we will be meeting with Colleen and them. They are still interested in moving upstairs, and they are also interested in working with us, either formally or informally, on some of their processes, specifically HR, payroll, some kind of legal issues they have there. Not legal in
This
terms
won't
of
happen for a while.
defense.
Not this year.
It could happen this year, but it wouldn't come as an expense that would need to be appropriated in the budget. Maybe it's some type of an agreement where I would expect that they pay us certainly for any lease space that they take on, but also, let's say we're assisting them with their payroll, or we're assisting them with hiring practices or training practices. They're more interested in that type of service from us. And there's a reason why that's good for us. They're covered under us for their insurance, for their JIF. They get it through the JIF, but it's through us. But they serve loads of other municipalities. They're out there doing inspections. They're issuing notices of violation. They have a lot of responsibility, and we cover all that exposure. And so, and that's from their services point, but also from their employment point. They're hiring, they're firing, they're disciplined. There's a potential exposure there too, and we cover them for that too, which is why they have to, but have yet, adopt our employee manual and handbook and policy for the safe treatment of minors. And so, the more I think it's beneficial to us from a liability standpoint to become more involved with them and then ensuring that their practices are sufficient. But also, they're unique in that they hire a health officer who's often worked in other municipalities. And let's say they're a health officer in Somerset County, where they work, all they focus on is health. But then they're hired here as a health officer, and the health officer runs the commission. So you go from working in a place where you're the health officer and you have HR and a legal department and a payroll department and a CFO and all that, to come into a place and that you wear every one of those hats. And I think that that's a tall task, and one that us being one of the two commission towns, us in Midland Park, I think we share some responsibility in making sure that they are run efficiently, and they have, I think to their benefit, identified that as an issue as well. Some of them are going to be small things. They want to know how we do our payroll, because they want to make some improvements. That's easy. You know, it'll be maybe a half hour, an hour conversation with Colleen. But then maybe we get to a point where we do a little bit more for them and we have a fee for that, which I think could be fair. So that's more question than you asked, but I don't often have an opportunity to kind of explain that, so at least use this as a platform.
Might realize some of this discount.
I would keep those things separate entirely. I think that if and when they take over leased space here, we have a lease agreement for what they pay us. I think we're well served by keeping those two things separately, especially because that rent fee will be shared with other municipalities. So it's easier for them if other municipalities are asking, what are you paying? You say, yeah, here's what we pay the Borough of Walden for rent, X number per square foot. Not that like, we have a handshake agreement where we discount it in there. No, we'll pay you for your services, you pay us for ours, is my recommendation. The mayor and council would consider it by resolution in passing a lease agreement, or actually, that may be by ordinance, and we would see a line item on the revenue side. Yeah, and they could also end up paying us for custodial and maybe some overhead. They're going to pay us for utilities and heat. Maybe they don't want to get their own copier. Maybe they want to use our kitchen. Those types of things. We might be able to assist them with. All right, so then we go down to animal control. This money goes into a trust, and from the trust we pay for Tyco. That's how it has to be run. So there's not much there. Public assistance. So this is just to keep a line in the budget. Should it ever be needed, we would overexpend it and fund it through transfers. But let's say someone is displaced, or there's a resident in need where it's appropriate for the borough to support them, this line will be used to support them. The $100 is really just to keep the line open. Parks and Rec budget, so you have community concerts and parade performances. Those are $11,000. Bus trips for seniors, so we pay for up to $4,500 bus trips taken by the Golden Club. They'll go to like Atlantic City or out to Lancaster, Pennsylvania. Maybe they go to see a show in the city, something like that. We pay for those. And then Edmonds Parks and Rec, we use that program for pool passes and swim team registration, and we hope to use it for more, right?
Certainly do.
Yeah. Sports and equipment. So this is for the pool, first aid, lifeguard uniforms. That number stays the same. Chlorine, this number is increasing dramatically because chlorine is increasing dramatically. Where we used to pay $2.07 in 2021 for chlorine for a gallon, now we are paying $3.32 plus a $75 fuel surcharge. And right now we're paying $3.32. Our suppliers recommended that we budget a little over $5 per gallon for chlorine. It has gone up dramatically. We have searched out other suppliers for this. Tatiana was previously employed in Allendale. She said, here's a company we used in Allendale. They're great. They're really cheap. Great. Called them up. They said, no, because of the shortage of chlorine supplies, they're not taking on any new business. And that's the same reason it's driving up costs. So chlorine's one of those things. We can look for areas in the budget where we can cut. You cut chlorine, and we'll end up having to shut down the pool because we don't meet our standards.
Would it be worth it looking into salt water?
I hadn't considered it, but yes, sure. It's worth it to look at anything, so we can see. Yeah. Saltwater pool. I know we have a councilman who is our pool aficionado. What do you think about saltwater pools?
You.
I'm the aficionado.
Oh, yeah, Councilman Ritchie. Yeah, you're always there. You're telling about, where you like the ladders and do you use the steps? And I know you're in there with your kids.
Okay, so I love to take that badge. That's fine. The pool aficionado. Saltwater pools are amazing. My brother has one. I love it.
Yeah.
You can open your eyes underwater.
Yeah.
Do the pool revenues offset all $33,000 here? Or do we get enough revenue from operating the pool to offset all the costs? Only because, our residents are paying, and Midland Parks residents can just join without having to pay into their tax base for it.
We'd say, for the most part, yes.
Yes, okay.
We understand generally what the pool costs to run. We make sure our fees are generally set up. We don't calculate for everything. So we're not looking at the DPW effort and the lawnmowers and gas used to cut the lawn, or who's over there, when they power wash the pool or repaint it, or those types of labor costs. We're not really charging there. We don't look at lost potential taxes on the land. We don't. There's a lot of things we don't look at. But if you want to know about, on a real day-to-day high level, yeah, we're covering our expenses.
Okay, great. Yeah, and the one ladder, I think if you move it 4 inches to the right.
To the right,
Yeah.
I'm on it. We'll get out there with you. Office supplies, this is things for Vic, recreation programs, should we have them? Pool events, should we have them? Last year we had budgeted some money for to paint the pool and to do some pump meter setup. When we ran in late in the year, we were running short on some other lines. We ended up not spending that money because we would have spent it in the fall after the pool closed. So we ended up saying, let's push it to another year. We're going to push it to this year. When we get to the capital budget, we'll discuss the need to do some greater work in the pool, and we would look to fund this. So that's why it's not funded in the operating budget. So that the total line has gone down just a little bit from 64.3 to 63.1.
Projects aren't necessarily completely covered by the revenue.
We do, not all the time, but at times fund some of those capital projects with open space money, which is general tax money. So there's some wash there. Community television, so we previously discussed this, $1,000 for WPI. Municipal court, we have judge subs and interpreters. So the interpreters is really the one that's driving this line. In my time here, I don't think we've ever had a judge sub. We spent more money on interpreters last year and appropriated more this year. We require more, last year at least, required more interpreters than is typical, and required them in a greater variety of languages than we have in previous years. And as Spanish is the least expensive interpreter, we may end up paying for things like Mandarin or these harder to find languages. We pay them more, and it's driving up our costs. It did last year. So I expect that to continue.
We can't put that towards the fees, court fees or something?
Not directly, not like where, court fees, certainly we take in court fees as revenue, but it wouldn't be where those court fees directly offset, no,
You can't, we're required, I assume, to
by law.
By law, we are, but we're required to provide them, but can't we find the money somewhere on our own, or figure out how to do it,
Well-
charge on our own? I mean, if a person needs interpreters, and they need a specific type of interpreter, we can't charge them for that type of interpreter?
What we can't do is say, in this instance, you speak Mandarin, we're going to charge you X numbers of dollars for Mandarin. You speak Spanish, we're going to charge you X numbers of dollars for Spanish. You don't require an interpreter, there will be no charge for you. We can't set fees based on the language spoken by a person appearing before the court. We're responsible to accommodate those languages. It's a function of the court. We certainly take in revenue from court and from the administrative fee and from those, any fines assessed through the process. But no, there's no specific, and we could not charge a specific fee for any individual using an interpreter,
Even if they're considered guilty?
even if considered guilty. Anything?
They're
Any
guilty.
other questions?
Charge them.
I mean, that's it. That's just the.
I understand.
Yeah, I know. It's a cost of doing business. Office supplies for the court, conferences and meetings, Zoom subscription. So we put this on a separate line last year because it looks like it will be more of an ongoing cost. The court has just recently, December, January, moved back to to more frequent in-person trials. but there will always be, at least there will be for the foreseeable future, an option for people to appear before the court virtually. So the in-person ones are anybody that, requires testimony. We see it a lot for DUIs, where we're looking at video here. You have the officers providing testimony. They'll have, an attorney who's refuting it. There's a list of matters that must come before the judge live, and it has functioned pretty well with having people appear virtually, and I think to an extent it's been a benefit to the court. So it's something that we follow the rules as set by the state and the county. We'll continue to do that.
So they say that we have to have the Zoom subscription, the state or the county?
Yeah, we have to have it.
So then why aren't they paying for it?
Yeah. Oh, that's I don't know. Yeah, they don't. I mean, it's a cost to the municipality. Yeah, same reason why, they don't pay for the heat in this building when we have court, right? They just it's covered generally by the fees we receive. At least it should be, even if it's a fee that we had not incurred in previous years. Yeah.
Do we set our own fees and fines?
We set our own fees. The court fee, I'm not sure how that is set. I could look into it. We
Yeah,
set our
could you
own
just increase
fines.
it?
But even the fines that we set have to be sent to I think it's to the assignment judge in our area, and they make sure that, like, we're not charging you $1,000 for the first offense of not removing snow from your sidewalk. They want to make sure that we're being judicious in how we apply our fines, but I can find out about the administrative fee.
Yeah, I mean, we could push these increases just into the court fees
Yeah.
in general. Just make everyone who comes, yeah. Like if someone's wearing a green shirt when they appear before the judge, they have to pay an extra fee, Paul. Sorry, Mayor, I didn't.
I will find out for you.
We're green.
Any other questions on the court? All right, public defender, we pay for both the prosecutor and the public defender. Those fees have not increased for the past, I think, 4 or 5 years, and so that's it. Utilities, so, we see some increase over here. These are areas where we may have previously had some emergency reserves, and they just they get eaten up by two things. But they get eaten up by the increase in costs year over year, and the fact that we haven't increased the appropriation. So electricity has gone up. Last year we utilized about 86,000 of 108 appropriated. Unmetered street lights, that is, we know how to increase our appropriation because the cost has gone up so much. Telephone, water, gas, all similar. Fuel oil, so this line pays for fuel used by all municipal departments, PD, FD, DPW, and we also fire prevention, which we get a buyback from, water, which we get a contra from, and pool. No, fuel oil. Oh, no. It comes from water in terms of the water department, and then we also, that not included in the budget, but that system is used to fuel Board of Ed vehicles, their buses, and then we charge them back for it. We charge them exactly what it costs for the fuel. So fuel has gone up in previous years, which is why we spent $98,000. It's really a little, and the Board of Ed paid $9,300 on top of that. We're looking at fuel going potentially to $4 a gallon in the next few months, is what most recent projections I've seen are. Hopefully that's completely wrong, but we need a budget.
Our costs $4 or consumer?
Consumer costs $4. We pay something less than that, but not enough where it's worthwhile for us to have our own facility, but not enough where you're going to say like, we're going to pay $2.75. I mean, if the consumer at the pump is paying $4, we're going to pay. I have to look, over $3.50 a figure.
So the price you have here is what you anticipate the high end to be, the average?
So there's padding in this number for the unknown. We just included, we knew a bit more specifically about what we used in 2021. We'll get numbers next week about what we used in 2022. But yeah, this is actual gallons used in previous years increased by what we think the general trend is for gas and diesel.
But now, I mean, maybe I'm not an accountant, and adding the numbers up on this is 46 and 41, 87, and then minus 1,500 minus 50.
Yeah.
Doesn't come anywhere near 98,000.
Yeah, that was at $2.30 a gallon for gas and $2.35 for diesel. So like I said, we'll have next week, we'll have better trend numbers for what we spent in 2022. But I think we know that obviously that number is going to go up dramatically from the $2.30 or 35 cents, depending, shown here, to what could be $4, $3.75 next year, or could not be. It's one of those things. And then sewer, these are repairs to the pump stations and our contract with the sewer authority. The sewer authority will come out and do maintenance on our pump systems, and then we have a contract above that for any emergency work. Questions on utilities? All right, landfill solid waste disposal. So we, similar to recycling, we have a contract for collection, and then we have a contract for disposal. Our disposal contract, we go out through Bergen County Utilities Authority. They group municipalities together to try to get more favorable rates for the per ton cost of disposal. Right now, we pay $77.40. That contract is up at the end of May, which is why you see that multiplied out by 5 months. The most recent public bids I've seen for this are around $85 per ton for disposal. So that's the number we use as a budget projection. I expect that when BCUA goes out in the next couple months, that's around the number they're going to get back. And to try to help us, we budgeted based on that 5-month, 7-month breakout. In addition to regular solid waste disposal, we have sweeper dumpings, recycle days, tire disposal, oil disposal. So, and then we get $2,000 from the library because we take the library trash. We don't, and we talked about this before, but we also collect the school, and we don't receive any funding from the school for either the collection or the disposal. We have, and I think I had said when we discussed increases that we had already taken out from BCUA $33,000, which is why you see that's a little lower than last year.
Patrick, the school, they're doing a lot of work out there. I assume it's in their budget to dispose of construction waste.
Their construction debris they have roll-offs. I've seen them up there. What we supply them for their own waste is much smaller. Yeah. So, I mean, not to say, who knows, that one day they're not throwing a roll of insulation in there, but I know that what we supply them is not sufficient for their construction needs. The next line is recycle tax. For every ton that we dispose, we pay $3 a recycling tax. Public events, so these are some miscellaneous plaques, seasonal decorations, which we did a lot of this year, and why the number is higher than expected. So this year we had a new menorah, we trimmed the Christmas tree and light it, and we did some pole decorations that we hadn't done in previous years. Questions on that? All right. Pension and Social Security, these are some of the increases we talked about previously. PERS is Public Employers Retirement System. 2 down is PFRS, that's for police and fire. We just have police. FICA is for Social Security payment. DCRP is a defined contribution retirement plan. It's a low number. Matt and I are the only ones in that plan. It's for only full-timers that are in that plan. There are some part-timers in there that earn more than $5,000, but not enough to get into PERS. They put us in DCRP. The difference between PERS and DCRP. PERS is a defined benefit plan where they say if you work for X numbers of years, here's the formula, you can figure out what will pay you out for the rest of your life. DCRP is defined contribution plan, whereas they tell you here's the formula of what you have to pay into it, you get out whatever it grows to. Similar to a 401k. Questions on pension and Social Security? All right, sewer treatment, another one of the lines that we can't change at all. BCUA, here's their bill. And based on that bill, we pay Ridgewood for some of our homes that flow into the Ridgewood system, and some of our homes that distribute into the Hohokus system. Reason for that is sewers, gravity, and so there are just areas in town where gravity is such that we have to flow into another system. And the reverse is true. When we get to revenues, you will see that there are systems that flow into us. Grants.
I'm sorry, just on sewer.
Yeah.
I don't know if we did this last year when some of you guys were hearing this for the first time, and I'm not sure that you're prepared for this because we haven't talked about it, but, you know, we've said that, you know, we get the bill from the sewer authority and we pay the bill. In prior years, we've had discussions about whether this bill is right, and we've gone back to the sewer authority many years. And a couple of things is, you know, we've never been able to prove it's not right. And a couple of reasons, and I just want you all to understand what we've done in the past. I mean, we have challenged this bill many, many times. Most towns, if not all, maybe Patrick knows, are metered. We're the end of the line, we're not metered. So they take all the other towns and then subtract out what the meters are, and I guess based on our water usage and what's processed that doesn't go through a meter, plus the base fees everybody pays, that's how our assessment's calculated. So I know Kelly's looking at me like, what are you talking about? So it's very complex, and at some point in the fall, we got a chart from the utility authority saying, well, here's everyone's usage and here's everyone's assessment, and there's the standard assessment, there's the usage assessment. So could you spend a minute just kind of telling us, because we have several new people up here that may have not heard this discussion before, about how this is calculated?
Yeah, so generally that's right in terms of how it's calculated. The additional information is, you know, we play a part in that process in two areas. One, they request from us to aid their calculations all of our water usage for the year. And so Colleen's office provides to them billed amounts for each home, because they don't, you know, each house flushing, it's not meter going out of the house, but they have a formula based on, all right, if you're billed this much water in terms of usage, here's what we expect to go into that. So there are a few components to their calculation, but one of them is that billed water amount. And then they'll come up with their formula, then they send us a sheet that shows us what we're going to spend. We make sure that we're not too far off of the trend and in terms of years past and the average in terms of other municipalities. Like our inflow and infiltration hasn't increased dramatically where we think there's something fishy there. But this year we looked at it, and there's not, you know, some towns that go up, some towns go down. It's hard, like Hohokus went down this year, whereas we went up. It's hard to figure that out. Sometimes it's, you know, especially with COVID, we saw very strange anomalies because Hohokus, without much industry or really even business, you figure maybe more people are home there and it goes up. But now that they're back to work, maybe it's going down. Here, we've got not as much of a mix, but we've got some more industry than they do. A lot of that's just kind of guesswork, but
Now, the only
it is
year
kind of
our assessment ever went down was we were seeing pretty steep increases year over year, so we started a sump pump initiative, and we started cracking down on that. And the very first year, we saw a reduction of like 200,000. But the inflow and infiltration is we inspect the pipes to make sure there's not water flowing in from groundwater sources and things like that. I don't know if they get in through the pumps, but
And the sump pump is similar in that, similar to inflow and infiltration, is that you're taking now unmetered water and introducing it to the system, because you're, instead of taking your sump pump and pushing it outside, you push it into a sink drain in your basement, right? We end up paying for that in some way. And in addition, you know, every system has some amount of groundwater that's just getting into your system. It's not like a water system where it's at least the majority of it isn't like a water system where it's a force main that keeps everything else out and it's, you know, solid walled. you're going to get some groundwater in there. We don't want to see too much groundwater in there. We'll get it from time to time where, it'll overflow a pump station during like a heavy, heavy rain, but not typically. We need to do more on the I&I side. We haven't done enough. And it's, we're working with we've been waiting for the sewer authority for months to give us a quote, because they'll go in and do TV inspections of areas of our system, which we can pay them for. We got $100,000 from previous years' capital money to go in and do it. So we need to get that done. That'll help us, but it's going to help us to an extent. Yeah, I don't have much more information for you on it, except that I can recirculate after the meeting the report that we get from BCUA, so you can understand more about exactly how it's charged. And that's put together by they use a consultant that so it's not a BCUA letterhead, but that describes how these things are put together.
Well, they use a lot of consultants, but
Yeah.
But essentially, I just wanted to pause here because it's one of the largest line items in our budget, and we have absolutely no discretion here. And it's important for us to understand. Well, in the scope of a $15 million budget, almost $2 million is an assessment that we just pay, and just didn't want anyone to have the impression we just pay this bill without pushing back and asking questions, which we've been doing for 20 years.
Yeah.
And everyone that sat over there has tried. Everyone that sat over here has tried. So if you have any ideas or thoughts or questions, this is one of the items to talk about. And, while we have a council liaison for the authority, our town gets a commissioner, I guess they're called, or a board member.
They get, yeah, but
Or that's
Not
we have no
automatically. Yeah.
Yeah, and the county executive appoints that
That's
person.
right.
So they don't even report to us or work for us or anything else.
Yeah.
They have budget authority, they have bonding authority, so basically they get all that authority by assessing us, and we pay our bill.
Yeah.
So,
And
Is there a possibility that, if I understood this right, you said that we're not metered, we just get whatever's left over. Is that correct? I mean, is it better maybe we should go and get metered?
yeah, that's come up.
and
And I think that'd be very complicated to do from what I've heard in prior years.
And I think there are areas where we are and areas where we're not, or areas where we could and areas where we
Because it sounds like you said Hohokus went down, and it seems like we're making up for that it seems like their price is always going to be standard, and if Hohokus goes down,
But
we're paying more to make up for Hohokus.
They're based on, well, that is true to an extent in that there's an overall cost to the system, and if they're using less, maybe we're using more, but it's based on meter rates. Theirs is metered.
Have we ever studied the fact that if we got metered, it might help us, or no?
I have not.
I don't
We'll
know
find out
that.
more. I'm
we-
not sure. I don't know much of that.
I
history.
think we've done things like we've had the meters in other towns checked. We've had, I think we've really, it's not that you can't try things again, but I really think we've tried everything.
in regards to all this, all the towns are questioning the sewer authority for the money, how much they're charging them. In the February meeting that we're having next week, I've reached out to the sewer authority and asked them to send their representatives to talk to us.
Oh, good.
And he wouldn't come.
Oh.
So
Which is
Wait,
interesting
in
because
return,
They just hired a public affairs officer.
in
Yeah.
return, I reached out to Tedesco, county exec, and he's going to come to the meeting because he's the one that puts people on that board, and he will answer our questions, and I'll get back to you on it. Because and what you were saying is, and I had this conversation with Tedesco in the beginning, when we needed a representative from the borough to be on that board, I gave him names of 3 people, and all 3 people were of his party, and he rejected all of them. And when I found out, that he rejected, and I asked, why is this happening? And he says he has a right to put on anyone he wants on this board. I said, but I was always told that, because you were on that board, I was on that board, that each town has a representative. And he says that's not true. He says I could have 15 people on that board that are from one town, and no other town will say anything.
Yeah.
The thing is, he makes the final decision, and I even questioned, we host this group. Why can't we have say? And he says, this is the way it is. So we'll find all this out, because all the towns are coming to him next week and asking him about the sewer authority to be a little bit more transparent with us, because it seems that we're not getting answers from him.
He'll be at the
He'll be
mayor's
at the
meeting,
mayor's
not at,
meeting.
not at a mayor.
No,
a
no, no,
meeting of the
mayor's
council.
meeting next week.
Yeah.
They'll be home.
Yeah, so also, I mean, there have been issues with the authority for many years. I mean, for starters, there's towns that are in the authority and have a commissioner representative that aren't even serviced. Like, I think they're starting to get hooked up today. But there were towns that had a board seat on the authority that didn't even get service from the authority.
Oakland.
And there were many years we didn't have a representative at all because we had a Republican county executive and Democratic freeholders, and they blocked all her appointments. So we had a vacancy on that board, whether it was somebody the mayor knew or wanted or not, for like 4 years.
Right.
So, I mean, authorities have been very political. They're independent. They don't answer to anybody.
Right.
I mean, the county executive to some degree, and the freehold, well, former freeholders now, what are they called?
Commissioners, county commissioners.
Get that straight, please.
Yeah. So you know, it's just kind of an interesting situation. Plus, you know, and the issue we have that other towns don't have is that it's physically here.
Right.
So I don't know how much service they get from the town. Of course, we get lots of complaints about it. They could do things and they don't have to share with us. They try. They hired this public liaison who they've done many times before, and we've never saw the person. We've never seen the person, never talked with the person. So it's kind of an interesting relationship with this sewer authority. Now, another thing to think about in some towns, and we don't do it here, is, you know, they separate this from the general tax, and there's a sewerage fee that people pay. So we don't do that. Just stuff for you guys to think about, because as you're out there talking with people about budgets and things, this is a big line item. It shouldn't be casually overlooked, but there isn't much we can ever do to influence it except for I&I and sump pumps and maintenance and all the things we try and do, and question how they calculate assessments, look at the data, you know, look at it and make sure they're calculating correctly. They're humans too, or, you know, whatever. But some years you look at it and you go, you cross your fingers, you go, okay, are we going up? Are we going down? Are we staying the same? Are we going up 2%, 9%, 12%? It's you know, I mean, when you get a few good years in a row, you feel fortunate, and then you know you're coming due for a couple bad years in a row.
You never get a
So we
complete
have no
answer.
legal recourse at all, either. Or we also don't have any marketing recourse where we go into the newspapers or anything like that. I don't know if we want to do that, but we have that kind of recourse to do that.
I don't think a lot of the towns will get involved with that. They don't want to get involved with that.
Well, they're getting metered, so they know exactly how much they're
Well,
being charged to. We're not. We have it right here.
Well, I mean, there's the charge, but then there's the utility authority budget side, okay? So they decide to build a new facility, they go out for a $15 million bond.
Right.
That becomes part of our assessment to pay that bond back,
Mhm.
okay? They hire consultants to do environmental work, to do I&I, to prepare reports. You know, again, to some degree political. The person they hired to be the political consultant's a former county executive chief of staff and a Waldwick resident who ran for council and lost. But, I mean, you know, there's the political side there too. But the guy's now getting a salary to be a public affairs whatever. You never see the person. So, you know, there's the, you know, questioning the assessments and the budgets. But I mean, Tom and I, when we were the liaisons for the sewer authority, you go there, they go into closed session, they make decisions, come out, and you go, "Can I talk?" They're like, "Nope." No.
And when they
You
knew
know.
you were coming, they made sure that their meeting was very nice.
Yeah.
They didn't have to say nothing to you.
Yeah.
But we don't have, so we don't have any recourse to this at all. I mean, obviously, we get people coming up, the public comes up, and they make complaints and stuff, and
Yeah.
we have no recourse. to
We-
come back.
we don't control
We
this
don't-
authority.
We don't want to, also, we don't want to make.
Can't hear you in the, I mean, I can hear you, but I know that the mic's not picking you up.
but
There
we-
is not
we-
much recourse, but, I mean, you know, maybe a step is making all these other mayors speak to the county exec who's putting people in positions. That, you know, we need to see what's going on. I mean, this is a big item. Like when we have our meeting, I'm gonna ask all the mayors ahead of time to please bring your paperwork. What do you, in your budget this year, what are you doing with that? And if this, you know, if Tedesco sees all this, he's gonna
Yeah.
have to look into it. I mean, if you bring somebody to a meeting and you tell them, listen, this is what's going on, we need for you to help us with this, he can't just ignore it. Like when you have people come to our council meetings, they ask questions, we don't just say, okay, fine, thank you very much. We say that, but Patrick the next day, or Kelly, whoever, calls them up and talks to them about what their question was and how they could get an answer.
So the way the authority is structured is there's a staff, you know, they have a superintendent, or whatever it's called, an engineer, or director of operations, whatever. Then there's a board, and each town is supposed to have a representative of the board. They may not live in that town, but each town, like, you know, if there's 12 towns in the authority, is it 12, 11? What- I don't know, whatever it is. That's how many board seats there are. They elect a chair who has all the power there. So, you know, and that's just the way decisions are made.
Yeah. I mean, I met the woman who is our representative, very nice woman. She, you know, she's new at that. It was a couple of years ago. How she got put on, I don't know. I mean, when I put somebody up from here, I put up Frank McKenna when he was alive. This man knew everything about everything.
He would have been a great commissioner.
And I also put in, whatchamacallit, Ray Schmidt, who used to be our superintendent of public works. He knew everything. And they said, I put Joe Orbitz up, I even put David Alvarez up. All these people worked for the authority. And I was told that it doesn't matter what I want to have done for our town, they make the final decision. But the person that is there, if you speak with her, she'll help you out and ask you. Like, she'll say to you, I'll get back to you on issues. But she's limited on what she could do, too. As you said, the chair of that committee runs everything. And if you had an answer from them, you'd be all right. Like, you know, why are we spending all this money? How much, you know, what is your charts? What's your ratio of doing everything? You never get like an accurate answer. It's just, this is how it is, and this is the formula, and this is, you know. So, but I think we need to be more known. They have to tell us a little bit more what they're doing, especially us. We host this. And we don't want to hear all the aggravation. And even at the mayor's meeting, they all tell me, thank God a Jew. We don't have to smell nothing. I'm like, yeah, tell our residents that. But, you know.
So, you know, I mean, you don't ever want to say to people, you know, well, we really can't do anything about that. We don't control this. We don't control that. But we really don't. But it's still almost $2 million to us on an annual basis. But,
This
you
is
know.
something we have to look into.
If you look at the average cost per household in the whole commission, are we at least in line?
Oh, I don't know if anyone's ever done that. Like, you talking about the average cost per household in each town?
Yeah,
The
yeah. if
only-
you took the total, yeah.
The only
because-
number that's really going to affect that, because so much of it's based on either usage or per estimated dwelling unit, would be the I&I number, right? Because yeah, the I&I, the inflow and infiltration number is really the variable beyond usage, but it's like the variable you can't control. Usage is what it is, and the towns pay a proportional rate to their usage. The I&I, I think, is that different number. I'll circulate the rates. It's not a rate. What is it? They do a rate report each year of how they calculate that number, and it's relatively descriptive whether we agree with it or not. But they do a good job of describing the process. I'll circulate that today.
And
so that
it's
everybody
several
has it.
pages long.
Yeah.
So you just got to kind of go through it a little bit. But, you know, I think your question is difficult because of the demographics of each community. Like, you know, Patrick pointed out, Ho-Hocus is primarily single-family residences. There may be a town in there that has lots of multi-unit dwellings. There might be towns that have more industry. Some of the industry may be bigger water users than others. You know, if you're a town with a lot of restaurants and things, you use a lot of water.
Yeah.
A couple of years ago, we had Horowitz came and talked to us.
Yeah, Horowitz was the superintendent there. I think he's still there, but I heard he was retiring. I'm not. Is he retired? He was about 90 when he came here. He was a very nice man. And you know, he's always willing to meet with you. When I first got on council, I went there and got a tour. And he sits down, he shows you the operation, introduces you to everybody. But the person that really does the work is like the head engineer or whoever.
Gianelli,
Met him?
Gianelli?
Yeah.
Yeah, Gianelli.
He's still there, right?
Younger guy?
Yeah, not 90.
We usually, recently we'd taken tours with new council members, and we hadn't offered that to you yet, Councilman Weber.
Yeah,
It might be,
it's worth it.
yeah, it's a good tour.
And
Want to know
haven't been
more
there
about what
since
goes on down there?
I haven't been there since they built the new building, so I haven't
Yeah.
even been in the new offices there.
We'll find the time to visit soon.
Yeah.
Well, I'll, you know, as I said,
Well-
I'll look into, I'll let you all know what happens with the mayors and the county executive. I mean, we're not gonna be able to change who he has on that board, but at least we could maybe have updates more frequently from everybody.
Maybe we can get them here to really, yell at them publicly. See if that helps.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and also, but because we're the host community and people come here periodically complain about them, at least, we should be more familiar with them than some of the other communities, so. That's all. Sorry, Patrick.
No, no,
Not
no,
to
no.
derail you
No,
there.
no. I mean, this is the budget process. We look at every aspect of municipal operation, so it's a good opportunity to talk about all these little things that we don't talk about otherwise. All right, so the next one, grants. We have a recycling tonnage grant, which we use towards street sweeping. We have a body armor grant for the police department that pays for bulletproof vests. Clean Communities, which we use as another DPW offset. This opioid settlement money, which we don't have a dedicated use for yet, but it has dedicated categories, so we'll this coming year have a conversation about how that's to be spent. All of these grants you'll see appropriated in identical amounts on both the appropriation side, but also shown as revenue on the revenue side. Special emergency appropriations, so we have a property revaluation. The actual contract was $265. The mayor and council have approved $275 in case there's some changes in costs there. The administration building water damage, right now that is $180,000 in terms of contracts that we've currently let. The mayor and council had appropriated $200,000 for that. The property reval we've already talked about will be raised in this year's budget, which is why it's shown here. And there's no corresponding revenue, but for the admin water damage line, there will be a revenue for this line. We're showing it as the expense, and then on the revenue side, we'll show a revenue, which is going to be the money we get from the GIF. So it'll be this number less our $2,500 deductible. We'll show that as revenue. But having this line in here allows us to spend. Capital and debt service, these are things that are out of cap. So we have down payment on improvements. It's important to know this $260,000 number includes the $1.9 million ladder truck for the fire department. That is far and away the largest expenditure in this year's capital budget proposed. And so I'm sure that will get lengthy discussion. The fire department will have representatives here next Tuesday to discuss that item specifically and how they've arrived at it. I've given them some direction as to what they should be prepared to discuss. So we'll get into that a little more as we go through the capital budget. But it's important to note that depending on the final decision, both for that item, because it's the biggest, but also any other capital items, this number could change. And this number funds two things. It's a down payment on improvement. We're required to put down 5% on anything we bond for. So this pays for the 5%. And then we also do each year a good amount of fully funded capital. So we have $50,000 in there for to contribute towards fully funded capital ordinance. We'll pull some others out of the capital improvement fund, basically like a trust that we have.
Patrick, if we don't do the fire truck, does that mean that this down payment goes down?
It would go down by $90,000, somewhere in there.
Isn't that 90,000 that we need to find?
No, because this is out of cap spending.
Okay.
Yeah. So that doesn't, unfortunately, that doesn't help us on the cap hit. HVAC upgrades, this was in previous years, may use it in future years, but we don't have anything for you this year. Bond principal, this went down a little bit from last year. This is what, just outstanding debt that we're paying off. Note principal, we don't have any notes currently outstanding that that we've incurred or will incur interest for this year. Bond issue also gone down a little bit. Outstanding note interest, so these are note interest. So we have, when we approve something for in a capital ordinance, we usually fund it out of our, at least up front, just through our reserves, our fund balance. And then when when it grows big enough to where we need to take it out to the market, we'll go out to notes. And then usually we have kind of a 6-year cycle. At the end of 6 years, we'll take all of the notes outstanding out to bond. So this outstanding note interest and the note principal will increase each year until we go out to bond, and then you'll see that number drops to 0, and our debt service number will increase. Sewer principal bond interest, similar story. And then the last one, deferred charge. So there was an unfunded ordinance years and years ago that was discovered, probably about 7 years ago, I guess.
It was
Yeah.
discovered the year Gary retired.
That's right. When Gary retired, he had someone look at
It
the
was
books.
his last audit. He was very happy with it.
Which means that the mayor and council had approved funding, and they spent it down, but they never actually went out to bond with it. It was one of those items that had gone unnoticed at the time, and we basically funded it through our fund balance. So we had to fund it over future years. So that we paid that off. Our last payment was last year. So that's all accurate. All right. All right, so that is bonds and notes. Now we get into the water operating budget. Truck repairs, postage meter, self-insurance contribution, $6,000 unchanged. The next line for professional services, this has gone up because the federal government is now requiring testing for undeclared contaminants. That'll add about $13,000 to our testing for this year. We have to do that once every 5 years. And then we have, we will, once those, or as the PFAS systems come online, we have to increase testing for 2 quarters after each one of them comes online. And so that'll be increased testing for that too, which is why that line is going up from $70,000 to $90,000. We have contracts which are going up, like you would expect for contracts. We have chlorine, obviously similar story to our to the pool. We use similar chlorine in our to treat water in the system. So that's increasing by $5,000. This is well 6 water treatment. This has 8 months here. So when we appropriated last year, we at that point were under the, or we were advised that we would have already been out to bid by now. Obviously, the process has taken longer than expected, and so that's why that number went from 31.5 to 42. For this year, I expect that we will be out to bid in the next 2 weeks. And what's going to happen is we're going to go out to bid, we'll award a contract. Shortly after the contract is awarded, the contractor will pay off the balance of this. They'll buy the vessel that we currently lease, so we'll have no more lease payments. I would hope that that happens in May or June. We've budgeted through August. Clothing for employees in the water department, so that's clothing, boots and gloves, and then similar, CDL fees. They share some of the benefit of our employees having CDLs. They share some of the cost. They've got office supplies, conferences and meetings, travel. So this is Colleen's travel allowance paid for out of the water department. You get down to the next page, well house repairs. We had increased a little more for this year. Budget 30, or last year, excuse me, budget 35, spent 38. Just, that's miscellaneous repairs, door repairs, some, maybe it's paint, maybe it's, lights breaking, things like that. You've got pumps and chlorinator repairs there, electric charges, fuel, taxes, auditing expense, medical costs, their share of the JIF premium, taxes paid to Wyckoff. So we have the pump, or the 2 tanks that are up in Wyckoff, on Wyckoff Ave. We owe tax to Wyckoff for that, and state permits for the water utility. Then we get down to the next page. You've got their contribution for their retirement system, capital outlay. These are capital items that are funded in the operating budget. So, we just because of the nature of the system, there's a lot of physical infrastructure. There's a lot of capital items. So this is just money that we appropriate there in the current fund budget. We also make a contribution each year to their capital improvement fund, which they're not required to make down payments, so a little bit different than the municipal side, where we contribute money towards the down payment. This just goes right into that capital improvement fund, and I'd given you that number earlier of what we have in there. We've got $20,000 in their current. We pay down bond principal, no note principal this year. We pay down bond interest, a little bit of note interest for the first time because some of those notes that we had taken out recently, we'll start those payments. And again, just like on the municipal side, they'll increase over the next couple of years till we hit 6 years, and we go out for permanent financing. We pay a loan we have through the infrastructure trust. It's pretty, it's about the same each year, and then they've got their social security amount. So that's their department subtotal. It's increasing from $1,069,000 to $1,159,000. Questions on water?
From what I remember, this environmental infrastructure trust was the new tank we built in Wyckoff.
Yep.
But it was a really great rate, wasn't it? Like
Yeah, and they usually are.
interest next to nothing.
And for the same reason that we're currently using the program for the PFAS treatment system. It's the same program. It's through, now it's called the iBank.
So the tanks we have now, we built a new tank. We maintained another. Did we ever take one down, or we still how
No,
many?
we have 2 tanks. One was built in about 2000. One was put up in 2010.
Okay.
When we get over to the capital budget on Tuesday, you'll see we haven't done maintenance on those tanks. Not cleaning, not inspection. More not general maintenance, but more long-term maintenance. And so that's something that we are requesting to start being funded this year.
Okay.
That'll be on Tuesday. All right. So that's any other questions on water? All right, so that is the end of our appropriations for our operating budget. Now we can flip over to, if you go all the way to the back of your book, the last section is a 11 or 8.5 by 11 flip out pages that show you all of the salary and wage for each employee in the borough. We won't call out specific salaries. I can call, we'll go through departments, who's in them, and the percentage increase. If you have questions about exactly how it works, we have right now plugged in for 2% increases for all non-union employees. You've got my salary there over to the right. I'm split between the municipal budget and the utility budget. So you'll see right next to my name in the very beginning, I say 75-25. That means 75% of my salary is paid for by the municipal budget, 25% by the water budget. So anybody that does, that kind of splits their time, you'll see that. And that's because the municipal budget is funded through taxes and the water budget is funded through water rates, right? So 2 different sources of revenue. So you'll see that's true for me, for Matt, for Mike Skelly, who cleans at DPW, and obviously they partially serve the water department. You've got your mayor and council budget there. You are also split between water. Municipal clerk split between water, 2% there. Oh, the mayor and council did not get a 2% increase this year.
How come?
Because you did not get a 2% increase this year.
We didn't deserve it.
We didn't deserve it, huh?
We certainly can discuss that if you'd like, but right now, yeah,
We got bagels.
you did get bagels, yes. And there'll be some hopefully to take home if they're leftovers. All right, so then you go down through municipal clerk, 2%, tax assessor, 2%. I'll highlight any differences. So under revenue administration, that's the first difference. We've put this employee in for 7%. So there's 2 things to talk about here. First, you'll see that they go over 2 lines. For any employee hired before July 1st, you receive your raise January 1st. Any employee hired after July 1st, you receive your raise on July 1st. So that means we budget. So the top line there is what you would receive January 1 through June, the end of June, and then the second line just below is July 1st through the end of December. So we have put in for 7% for the 3 full-time employees in the finance office. So that is, you'll see one of them here under revenue administration, one of them under finance, and one of them under the water department. They all have generally similar roles in that they're mostly clerical and they support a finance function. Some of them support more in terms of water collection, some more in terms of tax collection, some more in terms of payroll, but it's all a finance function. We had seen a higher rate of turnover in that office, let's say 5, 6 years ago, prior to my tenure, and I think since then we lost one or two. We've lost two people who have left, and some of them have left because to find better pay in other municipalities. So we had increased these salaries last year. We think we are we know we're much more competitive with our salaries now. I look at salaries in Northwest Bergen municipalities. I've got a good beat on what they're paying finance employees, all their employees, but finance employees specifically for this conversation, and we're probably just below what is average. We're looking to take them just above what's average. They are, on their pay, while it's 7%, you can see that 7% is a $4,000 increase. So that's going to be the same conversation for the employee in revenue, the employee in finance, and the employee listed under DPW and water.
I just asked a question?
Yeah.
Under administration, you have Scully, he's retiring.
Yep.
Am I correct?
Yep.
So that salary will be going toward the new person coming in? or-
Yeah, and I expect that the new person coming in will have a similar salary. I'll highlight where I think employees being hired will have different salaries and how we've adjusted for that in the budget. But yes, I expect that the replacement will be at the same salary.
And if I may, also for perspective, just about every year now for quite a number of years, we've made adjustments to salaries for certain positions because we've been underpaying them for many years and have had high turnover and aren't competitive with some of the towns around here. We've lost some good people. So we choose a few positions each year and try and bump them up more than the 2%, just to try and move that salary compensation back up to what's really relevant in the area where we're competing for the same people.
Do we really need to do that this year if we don't have a lot of money? Like, is it necessary to give them the 7% increase? We can't just give them the 2 like everyone else.
We're-
I don't know how
Supposedly-
anyone else
Well,
feels.
I'm highlighting it because it's up for discussion.
Yeah, supposedly, I mean, we've, for some reason, we've had a history of underpaying our staff. And what Patrick's been trying to do is bring everybody up so that everybody's equal level. We're losing a lot of people to other communities because of our salary. So once you get everybody up to a level which is equal, then we will probably keep people or we'll be right where we need to have everybody. That's the only reason why we're doing this 7%.
And
We're very we underpay everybody, even our dispatchers.
Is that why they're getting the 10% increase?
Yep, we're trying to bring everybody up.
and
Okay. I
The-
think it's a lot of money. I don't know if we need to spend that this year.
I'll note that, so it's 7% for 3 positions, which is $4,000 each. So you're looking at $12,000 for them. For dispatchers, it's 10%. Their increase is $3,000 over,
Actually, Patrick, that's not gonna be 12,000. You're gonna still give them 2%.
what's that?
You're gonna still give them 2%. You're taking the.
Oh, that's true, less
7%
the
out.
2% you would otherwise give them. So maybe total, we're talking about a difference of
10,000?
yeah, and then,
$9,000.
I would say less than $20,000 for all the
$9,000
more than 2% increases that we're giving. But they're you see the percentages because anything greater than 2% is up, I would think is up for discussion. Yeah, you have to make sure that it's warranted.
Okay.
And even the 2% for that matter, right? You could decide every non-contractual employee gets 0%.
Yeah.
Certainly that's, at the discretion of the mayor and council.
Yeah, I think, just to comment on that, I think if you were ever going to have a year where you had leeway, this is probably the year with, I think in general, we're seeing less people wanting to move from a job that they have security in, and if you were going to ever have a year to kind of be a little bit lower on the increases, I think you probably have some leeway. So I guess what you're saying is, everything's on the table, it's open for discussion, let's just jot it down and then talk about whether it's warranted, or do you want to have that discussion now?
Well, I think,
This is a
I
process.
think we go through it today. If we have time to make decisions today, we do it. If not,
Okay.
just so we have the whole big
Yeah.
picture, so we can make decisions on like everything.
And it might be something something to consider as you think about this is, you might not say, all right, they're pegged for 7, take them back down to 2. Maybe you can appreciate why we're looking to increase them, and maybe you say, everybody else gets 1.8 and they get 5, or,
Yeah.
we can, You can
Well,
play with it that way.
or we meet our budget goals other ways, and we feel like we could still do part, if not all of this.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think we should just, yeah, I agree. I think we should look at everything and
Yeah.
I've made some notes. So we said it'd be 10 or 12,000 on the three with the 7%. What about the dispatchers?
So the dispatchers, there are 5 full-time dispatchers. Let's see here. All right, so you got 5 full-time dispatchers going from 33.7 to, so I'll tell you exactly what it's going to be. Give me this number minus this number. This is going to equal this times 5. All right, so for the dispatchers, it would be 16,800, not taking into account the fact that they may otherwise get a 2% raise. So for 5 dispatchers, you're looking at 17,000, and for the 3 finance, you're looking at maybe 12,000. So call it 30,000, less than 30,000 total, somewhere between 25 and 30. All right? You good for that? Just call it for all of them. For dispatchers, it's going to be $16,871
Thank you.
increase. And that's from 0 to the 10% they're pegged for. And Colleen wants to make a comment on.
Just in regard to the finance staff, to give you some perspective, I've been here almost 7 years, and in the 7 years that I've been here, the 3 full-timers, I've had 7 people in those positions that have left. And my staff right now has been there the longest. They just, I guess, about 2 years now that they've been there, and I really don't want to lose them. And that's the reason in terms of comparing their salaries to other municipalities and making sure that we stay in the, ballpark to keep them. It's not easy training somebody on all those positions.
I'm coming from a world where no one got an increase, not even myself, where I'm working, because of the economy. And we're dealing with a tough budget, so I think that's why, we should at least consider it.
Have you compared those budgets those salaries to areas around here, or?
Yeah, I have.
So it's
Yeah.
around here?
We both have,
which
around here, yeah, so.
Wyckoff, Allendale, they're much more expensive.
Much like the mayor, I'm in a Northwest Bergen managers group, so we have a salary spreadsheet for all our positions, and I've looked to those other positions to see what's comparable. We also know where we're losing employees to. We know what they're making, public salaries, right? So we know generally what those employees are making in other places. Not everybody's leaving for salary. The most recent employee we had leave was just a better opportunity. She had obtained a license where she could better herself elsewhere using that license as a tax collector. Great, But previous to that, they were just going to other municipalities for comparable positions.
We ran across this situation with the police chief, in the sense that he was trying to raise his salary based on the salaries in Saddle River. They have larger salaries.
Yeah.
And then we went back and tried to compare them just to the person, like Midland Park's a town just like ours.
Yeah, right. So I wouldn't compare, in your example, Waldwick to Paramus, right, or Waldwick to even like a Mawa. Right? There are places where you understand you can't compete because of the nature of those towns, but also where there's less work to do because of the nature of those towns, or it's not as complex a thing. I think here, the fact that we're smaller is almost, I don't want to say a detriment to us, but she's got a couple Swiss Army knives down there because they're collecting taxes, they're collecting water bills, they're answering questions about ETR, they're talking about tax refunds. They're doing everything because we're a finance office with 3 full-time employees. And on the day that one person's out, you got 2 people in there answering every question at the window. And so we're almost at a disadvantage to those other municipalities because Colleen, has to cross-train all of our employees. It makes them more valuable to us, makes them more valuable to other people. And they go to other people, right? So, but all of this up for discussion. We're in finance, 2%, court, 2%, and if you want me to stop and talk about any employee in any of these titles, please do so. DPW, these are all unions. There's 2 items for discussion here. One, the superintendent's raise. We had pegged it to what the what the union was getting. The union this year is getting 1.5%. Superintendent's pegged in for 1.5%. The other thing to discuss here is William Schmidt is retiring this year. He's already put in his paperwork. His last day of work is August 1st. So how we have planned to pay him from today, his retirement was past Tuesday. He has begun to exhaust his accumulated sick time. He'll exhaust his accumulated sick time from now until August 1st. We will pay him out through regular payroll. On August 1st, he's elected to, that'll be his retirement date, and he's elected to receive a lump sum payout for his accumulated vacation time. That will pay out of the accumulated trust. So what we've done, and what you can't see exactly here for Schmidt is, you can see he's got a $112,000 salary, but when you get over to the right there, we're only paying him $68,000. That's because we're prorating him. So we're only budgeting him for 8 months of the year. And then when you get towards the bottom, you've got the new hire. That new hire is calculated on 9 months because there may be some overlap there. Billy is gone in August, but summertime's our busiest time, both in terms of the demand on DPW, but also people are taking vacation, so we need that staffing. So we proposed to hire someone April 1st, but that's up for discussion as well. And then promotions. So we've got 2 promotions from labor to repair. 1 promotion to fill in for Billy Schmidt, who's retiring, but then also we're short 1 promotion because we haven't promoted individuals because they first require a CDL. So we're 1 short in the rank of repair, 1 more in the rank of labor. We want to promote that person as soon as they receive their CDL. And then the last one on here, this is the clerk staff in Colleen's office. That's in there for 7%. The chief, or police department, again, union contractual. The only difference being the police chief pegged in to get the same increase as the lieutenants, 2.1%. You get down to dispatch. For all the full-time dispatchers, this is a little bit different conversation than the clerks or than the finance office. We're always going to have trouble retaining dispatchers just because of the nature of that business. We have people who will accept a dispatcher job because they are waiting to become a police officer, and it gives them good experience for those positions. And so we're not going to fix the problem of them leaving by paying them more, unless it's an exorbitant amount more. But as you can see, they're making $33,700, right? So part of this is just a living wage. Those rates were kept low because our starting police officer salary was low, and we don't want to pay dispatchers more than a first-year officer. We last year had increased the starting salary for the police department. So last year the dispatchers got a good percentage increase as well. But I mean, 10% increase sounds like a lot, but when you're making $35,000 or $33,000, doesn't go very far. Those are the employees that are going to feel the biggest pinch out of anybody because they're the lowest paid employees here, probably in most places, right? I mean, they're just making a living wage, maybe. So if we have any money to go around, I hope we find it for those dispatchers because in today's environment with the cost of milk and eggs, $37,000 is not a lot of money for a full-time employee.
Do you ever have trouble recruiting dispatchers?
Yes. But the reason I pause is because I don't think the salary is going to help you there either, right? Because again, you're not hiring them because they want to be dispatchers. You're not losing them because they don't want to be dispatchers, right? You're hiring them because they want to be police officers. You're losing them because they become a police officer. And so, do we have problems hiring them? Yes. If you pay them $42,000, I think you're going to have trouble hiring the people we want at least. Yeah.
And do you know what their average tenure is as a dispatcher?
Yeah, I mean, you could ask Lieutenant Seaford, who's responsible for training them, and he'll know exactly because as each one comes on, he's got to train them. It's probably 3 years.
3 years.
Yeah, I mean, that's me ballparking it, but if I'm off, I'm not off by much. Yeah. And 3 years might be on the high side.
But look at all the police officers that became dispatchers.
Yeah, yeah, and
Dispatch between police officers.
you know, we should wear it like a badge of pride,
Yeah,
right? Because,
absolutely.
you know, we're fortunate to be able to give them an opportunity to work and gain experience before they could become police officers. Pete Bernhardt was the most recent dispatcher who in December left to go alternate route into a police academy. Before that, we had Joe Simeone, who left here. He's now a police officer in Bergen County, right? So we are fortunate to have the opportunity to train a lot of police officers and train a lot of our own police officers. We're fortunate to have a lot of people who are officers who started as dispatchers here, and I've seen our civil service list. We got a lot of people on our list that are currently dispatchers in Waltham.
I think we should be very proud of ourselves because
Yeah.
of a lot of the other towns, they have central dispatches, and their police departments are like shut down at night because there's no dispatches there. Whereas with us, we've always took a stance that we will always have dispatches to keep our building open, and also all of our dispatches somewhere along the line either become police officers with us, or they move on to be police officers somewhere else,
Yeah.
and we get them at the ground floor, and they're trained by our police department to know what's going on.
Yeah.
Can I ask a question about the police officer salaries?
Yeah.
I don't know if I just didn't understand it, but how are people going like, I don't know, from like 88 to 97 in a year?
So two things are happening. They're moving up in their step guide.
Okay.
So they, especially if they're low in their steps, they could, I want to say that our last contract, it was somewhere between $6,500 and $7,500 per step. I think it was right around there. So they're going up in that step, and then they're going across in the year, so they're getting a percentage increase. So they could be going up by $7,000, let's say, and then going over by 2.1%. So that's why. And I mean, we could really get into it. Part of the reason why the steps are so great is because we hire at such a low salary. So you're looking at a police officer who is hired earning 39, and I want to say the max for police in the officer title is like in the 120s, 130s, right? So there's a big range there.
Yeah.
That's to our benefit because we hire them low, to our detriment because when they're all top step, they're all top step. It's really hard to budget for people moving through steps because they just grow so exorbitant.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
I don't know if I'm wrong with this. Are they getting the 2% on top of adding the 6,500 on? Or
That's right,
is
yeah.
it- So they're getting 2% on the 6,500 that they're just adding on. So they're getting a raise on top of,
Well,
the raise.
That's how it works.
Yeah, that's how it works. If you're a top
They're
step.
a union.
If you're,
Contractual.
if you're a top step, that's how, and that's true for DPW as well, and that's true for most union employees. If you're a top step, you stay a top step, right? So our lieutenants, our sergeants, and our top step and our chief are getting percentage increases and no step increase. But as you move up through steps, yes, you're getting your step increase and your percentage increase. But again, you're 30-something thousand up to 120-something thousand, right? Big, you could have less steps if you want and smaller increases, but you're going to start them at 50 and end them at 110 or so. You know what I mean? So
When does the longevity piece come out? I mean, I know they've
Come in and
gotten rid
come
of
out.
that, but it's still
We're
certain people.
phasing out longevity.
Yeah, I know
but
that.
we're phasing it out at a time we're phasing it in. So we still have employees who are on this guide that do not show longevity because they haven't, maybe longevity hits in 5 years, longevity then hits in 7.5 years, longevity hit, right? So there's still going to be some employees who didn't earn longevity this year, but will earn it next year. But then to Councilman Schlero's point, there is a point where we no longer provide longevity to anybody.
And it's a smaller amount.
Much smaller.
Okay.
So
Yeah,
it
well, that's
starts
what,
later and it's a smaller amount.
but you
Yeah.
just said they're only getting their percentage, but no, they're getting longevity on top of that.
That's right, yeah.
So
yeah.
it's not just, we're just getting their 2%.
Well, that's
They're
why
getting
we
plus
work
the
off
longevity.
about 4 different schedules for.
Yeah, we had 4, we just reduced to 3. Hopefully next time we can go to 2.
No, I know we're working on that.
Yeah.
I just wanted to point out the fact that they're not just getting 2%, they're getting
That's right.
2.1, they're getting that plus the longevity. You mentioned the top 3 people, and
But,
Yeah.
that's the discussion in every contract negotiation. And it wasn't until the state put in 2% caps we had any leverage, because you used to get the step increase and a 5% increase,
Yeah. Now-
7% increase.
And-
Whatever you got through, negotiations or litigation or, whatever. But, when the 2% cap went in, at least you had a little leverage to keep the increase to 2%.
And there are places where you could look at a budget sheet and get the impression that, well, they're not getting as great increases year over year, both in percentage in terms of steps. Midland Park is a good example of that. But Midland Park starts higher, less steps, ends lower, right? So they kind of compress their salary guide. And that's something where I like less salary guides, right? We had 4 last year, now we have 3. I'd love to go to 2. We're going to end up adding a third, because what happens is you add 2% across the board, let's say 2%. The low number, $30-something thousand, $40,000, goes up by a little bit. The high number goes up by a lot. So you end up spreading out your salary guide. There's a point where you have to create a new guide and start compressing them, because it's just too great a swing. It's
And
too
we
great a
tried
swing.
that last negotiation, made small steps because the top tier wouldn't give in to compressing.
Yeah. It's difficult. All right, so then we get down to dispatch. We already discussed 10% is proposed for full-time, 2% for part-time. Building inspection, 2%. Recreation, the only caveat here is lifeguards. The minimum wage is going up. It's going up this year to $12.70. We've proposed an increase to them. What's that? No, this year, for summer help. For summer help is different than it is for everybody else. Yeah. So summer help this year is $12.70. That's a minimum we can pay a lifeguard, which is either 70 or 90 cents more than the year prior. We propose that they increase by more than that, with $15 being a minimum, $15.25 being the maximum for first and second year guards. The reason is, yeah, they're recreation and we can pay them less than minimum wage, but we are competing with Dairy Queen and Wyckoff and the YMCA here, so yeah, fine, we can pay them less. We just can't. We had a harder time last year getting lifeguards. If we don't pay them this year, and again, you're talking about more pay on low-paid employees. So the money goes, the increase percentage-wise goes a lot further. Our boards, 2%, crossing guards, 2%, fire prevention, 2%, and the fire department, for the officers in the department, no change. Questions on salary, generally? All right, so then let's go, after salary, we're going to flip over to the state budget, which has, at the very top, it says appropriations. And you've got a department column, a salary and wage column, and an O&E column.
Sorry, Patrick, where are you?
So it should be immediately after the,
Operating budget?
no, it should be, right after the operating budget. So what page is that? So it's right after page 40.
40.
Yeah, right after page 40.
Thank you.
Matt's happy to come around and guide anybody. All right, so we can skip pretty much through the top here. This is just a summary of where we are by department in terms of what we already talked about. These are separated by in-cap and out-of-cap. So the first page and the top of the second page is in-cap appropriations. So you see your total in-cap appropriations, $4,944,000 for salary and wage, and $5,755,000 for O&E. Now, that adds up to $10,700,263. I have put in for you in the right column $10,546, because that's our max, right? So the difference there is that $153,000 that we had discussed earlier. So this is when I said you do not have a balanced budget, because we overrode the bottom number because we know we have to hit that, right? So you got to cut out $154,000. At the same time, considering the increased requests. So that's kind of where we are. We go down in now to out-of-cap appropriations, starts with emergency appropriation for the reval, runs through all the out-of-cap that we've already discussed. That's $3,083,000. Capital Improvement Fund, this is all our debt service. That gets you $1,634,000. Our general appropriations now, in-cap plus out-of-cap, is $15,264,000. Reserve fund collected taxes. This is the line that looks at our total amount to be raised by taxation and looks at our tax collection percentage from the previous year, and it says, okay, you have to receive $100,000 $100,000 in revenue from taxes, but your tax percentage collection is 99%. So there's going to be an amount that you don't collect. But we collect for everybody. So we still have to pay the county, and we still have to pay the school, and we still have to pay the county open space. And so we have to, the borough, shoulder the full burden of collecting a little bit extra, or funding a little bit extra, knowing that what we don't collect, we still have to pay out to those other places. And it becomes a great amount when you consider that the municipal budget is 19% of the total tax levy. The municipal tax levy is 19, 20% of the total tax levy. The school is 70, the county is the last 10, right? So we got to calculate for that 70 plus 10. And that's this number, just under $1 million.
So just refresh our memory, what's, we do very well, just so everybody remembers. I mean, we have outstanding tax collection, but where are we winding up approximately 22?
99%,
Yeah.
99.99.
Last year, I think it was around 99.4. We don't have this year's yet, but it should be right in the same.
Right in that same. So just keep in mind, yeah, that's outstanding work by Colleen.
And our
her-
residents, too. Our residents are happy taxpayers.
Happy taxpayers.
As long as they have a calendar.
Yep, give them a calendar, they'll be your friend.
Yeah, yeah.
But there are some towns where this is an issue. I mean, occasionally the state will come around with the thought of telling you what your reserve should be.
Yeah.
But we like our reserve because we have such a great collection rate.
Yeah.
So we're always happy when the state goes away and leaves us alone. But it's still almost $1 million we have to put there just in case.
And then any amount in that reserve for uncollected taxes that we don't end up using because we have a better than expected tax collection percentage goes into our fund balance.
Just say one thing, that we have a great collection rate, but it doesn't mean that we don't have people that don't go to tax sale each year. The most we have delinquent in any given time period is a year's worth of delinquency, because each year we have a tax sale for the prior year's delinquencies, and lien holders come in and end up paying them, so we are made whole at a given point, for the year prior. So whenever we're talking about delinquencies, it's really for the current year. That hasn't been.
What about water, how's that doing?
Water, same guidelines in terms of if water is delinquent, for prior years, they get added to the tax sale. We did have a period during COVID where water was exempt, and we did not put those accounts onto tax lien. But come March is when things are, really going to get back into these standard routines. And right now, we're not allowed to shut off between November and March. But in March, I would anticipate having to go do some shut-offs. And I mean, we work as best we can with the, residents, and, it's not an easy thing to do.
Have you received any complaints on the increase this year? Any complaints on the water rate increase?
There was no
There's
water
been
rate
no
increase.
water rate increase, no.
We
I thought
haven't
we-
increased the water rate since 2012.
I thought we did in last year's budget.
Nope.
Increase. Nothing with water?
Nope.
Nada. There will, once we get the PFAS system installed, we understand what that debt service cost is and what the maintenance increase is, I would recommend we do another rate study. We probably would have done a rate study last year or this year, but for knowing that, we'd have this dramatic increase in costs.
We didn't charge anything extra for water?
No,
No.
Last year's budget? at all?
Not since 2012.
not a dime.
We increased something with water.
I
last
can
year.
tell you unequivocally we didn't.
We did
We're
not.
not lying to you. I promise we didn't increase it.
If you
yeah.
paid more for water, it's because your daughters are taking longer showers.
No.
Nah, no change there.
I thought we discussed it.
The only, what else was I was just going to say something else. I don't remember. I'm sure it was good. So, all right. I was going to say tax sale and water sale for the liens. We do that here in this room. It's somewhat interesting if you're ever around when we do it. But Colleen gets up there and we get a couple people in here to bid on it, and like she runs like an auctioneer and people buy those liens. It's a novel but unknown municipal process. She doesn't use the gavel. She's much nicer. You get the same people. So she's met pretty much everybody who comes in, right? Yeah.
There were actually no properties on tax sale. So that was a really good, situation to be in. This past tax sale, there were two, and one came in within 10 days and paid, so we really only had one property. So we're very lucky here, that the situation is good for our residents. They're able to pay their taxes.
All right, so now we go into revenues. We have not discussed this yet. So again, our revenues are based on mostly either prior year and an estimate of what this year is going to be, or if it's a new source of revenue, you have a contract, a check, a known dollar amount. So ABC licenses, this is going to remain the same. It doesn't change much. Other licenses, so these are like raffle licenses and things like that. A lot of small dollar number things that amount to. We have a budget for $19,000. Fees and permits, court fines, all these smaller dollar numbers and budgeted basically what they were prior years. Interest and costs, sewer rents. These are rents we charge to Wyckoff, Saddle River, Midland Park, Villa Marie Claire, and Allendale for their sewage that flows through our system, just like we're paying other towns for their sewage. So we know what this is going to be, except for their actual usage. So a lot of it's just like a flat fee, and then some part of it is based on the estimated dwelling unit number that we get from the sewer authority. So we know this pretty well. We think we'll get 114 in revenue this year. Energy tax receipts, this is one of now 3 municipal aid provided by the state. On the next line here, municipal relief fund, this is that new item of revenue provided by the state from aid. Construction fee, this is probably the hardest to determine in each year's budget. We saw this dramatically increase in the beginning of COVID when people were working from home, had a little extra money, and were putting in pools and putting on additions. But this fluctuates greatly from year to year. 260 sounds great, but we budget revenues conservatively, and this is one of those areas where it's just such an unknown that we want to make sure that we're conservative here.
Patrick, we don't want to go near we can't go back against the school system and get the.
You cannot go back. Your decision's been made. And I'll tell you why, because they have their, so what you determined to waive for the school was permit fees. They have their permits. Now, should they decide that they're going to add in another component that hadn't previously been permitted, yes, you could then decide you're going to charge them that fee. But those are going to be smaller projects, smaller fees, yeah. But you can't go back. So there you are. And not that, just to be fair to the school, that wouldn't have helped you with the appropriations problem that we have this year. Police training facility, this is.
They were not going to allow us to anticipate that as revenue, right?
Which?
Last year, if we collected that money from the school?
It wouldn't have been anticipated because we didn't know we were receiving it at the moment we struck the budget, but it would have been shown in the 2022 actual under construction code, yeah. So that number would have been increased by quite a bit. Municipal training, or police training facility, so this is all the other towns, what they pay to use the pistol range. Recycling tonnage grant, you saw in the grant, as well as you did police vest, clean community, opioid settlement. Uniform law enforcement rebate, this number you saw in the fire prevention budget. Cable franchise fees, this is the third and final of the state aid revenues. Cell tower rent, this is what we receive in rent from the 2 cell towers that we have, one at the mulch pit, one at DPW. This number is going down by 1,000, but it's not going up by what we would have wanted because Sprint has merged with T-Mobile, and they have now canceled their lease at both sites. So one of them fell off last December, one of them will fall off this August 1st. So, we won't see those revenues this year. We will see, the increase in all the other revenues. They each increase by, right now I think they're about 4 to 6%. But so that makes up for a little bit of what we lost. And the fact that one of those is going to go through July helps out this year. We have, normally what would happen is you lose someone on the cell tower, you go out to bid. we haven't gone out to bid because there's nobody to bid. And I've talked with other municipalities, legal reps who deal in this area, and we have a communications rep as well. And we've shopped around who's available. There's nobody else out there. Maybe, the long shot is Dish Network, and we've already approached them. They're not interested at this time. They might be later in the year once they do some more of their, mapping for coverage. So maybe we get somebody on there. But we've dealt with this problem previously because there was, previous to this merger between Sprint and T-Mobile, there was a merger between AT&T and who was it? Singular. And Singular, right? And so we lost a couple carriers on these poles. So now we're going to be down to two carriers where we have room for 3. So we're vacant now. We're trying to get them to move up in space. The higher they're on the pole, the more they pay in rent. So we have some, if you were the one carrier that's off now or the 2 carrier, we're trying to get those bottom carriers to move up so that we get more in rent. But we don't have any of those agreements yet. So solar energy credit. We have solar panels here in Borough Hall. We sell those credits on the open market, and this is revenue we receive. That number fluctuates based on what we generate and what the market is at the time that we sell. Pistol range reserved for debt service. So we pay debt service out of the municipal budget, and but we want, for the pistol range, we want that debt service charged to the pistol range. So we show it as revenue here so that we can take money that was collected for the pistol range and put into pistol range capital fund. We then take it out of the capital fund, see it as revenue, and use it to pay our debt service. It's a kind of a big circular. But the reason this has gone down, in the first, we did that big project at the range. That's what this debt service is for the new targeting system and the bullet berm rehab. That was finished, and it was finished right after we had we struck the budget, but before we started paying this debt. And so the first year that we had debt service, we couldn't actually charge it to the range. So last year we charged them 2 years of debt service, them being the trust. The other municipalities don't even realize this. And this year we're going down to just 1. And you'll see this same exact number in every budget for the next, I think it's a 7-year payoff, right? It's something around there. It'll be that same number. Yoga revenue. So and tennis. We have money in a trust from tennis and yoga. Neither of those programs we have any longer. We'll realize it as revenue. This is more of an accounting function than anything. And then the last one, you have the emergency appropriation for Borough Hall. So this is $200,000 that you had appropriated, less the $2,500 deductible. So we expect to receive a $197,500 check from the JIF. That'll be treated as revenue. All right. So that gets you down to total miscellaneous revenues, $4,155,000, and you add in receipts from delinquent taxes, so prior year taxes that weren't paid but will be realized as revenue this year, surplus anticipated, which we'll come back to, amount to be raised by taxes, which we'll come back to, and then the library. We also collect money for the library, and we have you'll see the expense for the library up above, so we get to show that as revenue, which gets you down to the total general revenues of $16,242,199. That number matches total general appropriations, has to match, right? So depending, if we find a way to increase general appropriations, that bottom number changes. And the reverse is also true. So, we'll keep, and that's why fund balance is important, because those small changes you balance with fund balance. So with fund balance being surplus. That kind of helps you, especially for the taxpayer, helps you smooth out a lot of those peaks and valleys and keep your tax rate consistent year to year. So let's go back to surplus. That's how you balance out those peaks and valleys. Last year, we had anticipated in our budget $1,967,000 from our surplus, and then we expect, or we hope to regenerate close to that. We know we have a big fund balance. It's a little over $7 million. So we could go years and years and years anticipating more than we actually receive. You just can't do that too dramatically, Because then what happens is when you bottom, you need to have some fund balance, right? So yeah, it sounds great that it's $7 million, and realistically, you're not gonna get it down to much less than like 4.5 million or something like that, right? So we have a little bit to work with, and if you pull from it too dramatically, you're gonna have to bring it back up pretty dramatically. And when we go out for ratings, rating agencies love to look at fund balance because they want to make sure you're financially solvent, and they want to make sure you're being responsible, that you're not spending out of all your savings, and that you're not balancing your current year budget on the good deeds that you had in the past that led to a healthy surplus. So this is a big increase, $408,000 increase in surplus. Yeah, that's driven by all these increases that we've been talking about that are greater than expected, but it's also driven by the fact that our high surplus was built during years when we had low payroll. We had young and inexpensive police officers, we had young and inexpensive DPW workers, and in those years, we were able to sock away a good amount of cash. Now, and Paul had highlighted this before, now those employees their salary and wages are increasing at greater than 2%, greater than 5%, and their expenses, they're young and low paid, now they are older, married, dependents, medical coverage becomes more expensive, right? So very quickly, our surplus can dramatically change. It's going to over the next couple of years. And so we have a healthy surplus, but we're using $408,000 more this year than we did last year. And we're now talking about having to cut $150,000 from the budget, depending on how the council chooses to do that. And I would caution you that make sure, to not make it all in that extra money that we typically don't spend, because then that subtracts another $150,000 that we're not going to regenerate. You may as well make this $650,000, right? So there's a lot in play here. Questions specifically on fund balance surplus? No? Okay.
No question.
All right. And there's another page that we'll get to just after this that shows a little more of that global look. Amount to be raised by taxation. So this is $8,820,000. That assumes a 2.5% tax increase. If you flip to the next page, this shows you what tax increases could look like. Our municipal tax rate from last year was 0.526. We had an increase in total assessed value. So we're that 2023 amount raised by taxation, that 8.6 number, even though we're not changing the tax rate, we'll generate a little bit more just because the total assessed value of the town went up by a little bit due to new construction and rehabilitation, right? But if we don't raise the tax rate on the top, we get $8.6 million, which is on the average assessed home. The average home is assessed at $424,000. So that gets us over last year an extra So on that house, that $424,000 house, the municipal portion of their tax is $2,232. If we go to 1%, that means a 1% tax increase gets the borough an extra $86,000, and the homeowner pays for the municipal portion another $22. And that $22 just keeps trickling down for everyone. If we increase taxes by 2%, we get another $172,000. 2.5% gets us $215,000. A 2% tax rate sounds like a lot, but when you understand that, even at 2%, for a $15 million budget that we have, to only at 2% to only generate another $172,000. While 2% is a lot, you're not looking at a tremendous amount more in tax revenue, and so that's why we've pegged you for this year at a proposed amount of 2.5%. We could responsibly go higher than that. We could responsibly go somewhat less than that. But similar to the appropriations cap, the tax cap has, you're at a 2% tax cap, and you're allowed to bank unspent increases from previous years. So there's a benefit this year to raising taxes with the understanding that things are getting exponentially more expensive for us, both in large increases that we've talked about, but also in terms of salary and wage lines. And we want to make sure that we know that we can't make up those dramatic increases in 1 year with a 2% tax increase. So you have to know that, yeah, maybe we want to keep it at 2%, but maybe we got to go to 2%, 2.5% this year, because in 3 years, we're not going to be able to go to 4.5% or something. So that's the consideration to make. And then similar, since we're talking about the tax cap, similar to the appropriations cap, there's loads of exceptions. There's some exceptions to it, which are shown on that increase page that I talked about. And a lot of them are similar to the appropriations cap. So out of cap for taxes are the sewer authority and debt service specifically, that don't count towards that. So questions now on the tax increase?
Just on that last column, the average assessed home,
Yeah.
amount to be raised by taxes, I see like 2,232. What does that number actually represent?
Municipal portion of your
Of
tax
the
bill.
municipal portion,
The
understood.
municipal portion. So the when you look at increases, like the difference between the 232 and 254, if we went, it's a 1% difference, but it's the difference of $22,000, or $22. Yeah, that's $22 for the municipality. You look, and we're 20%. You look at what the school's going to be. You look at what the county's going to be. A home's going to pay more than that.
Okay, I got it. So on average, $58 a year on average per home
For,
Yeah.
for the municipal portion, yeah.
for the whole year.
For the whole year.
Okay. Well, I think that's what the budget's
Oh, the
looking
first
at.
one.
Yeah, 8820, yeah. All right, thank you.
Now, to get a more global look, yeah, $56. To get a more global look, flip to the second to last page in your book. So, not everyone's seen this every year, but this is a line for, I don't have that. That's all right. So, no, I have it here. Okay, so this just shows you trends. I'm happy to show it to you however is most useful to you. So I have this in Excel. You want to see it in pie charts, line graphs, whatever you want, bar charts, I can do that for you. I prefer to look at numbers because it's less distracting. So on here, I have trends, because as you think about where we're going with taxes, where we're going with surplus usage, where we're going with the increase in appropriations, I think it's important to know what we've done in previous years. So the top number there is fund balance. So this is, right, is that what you have? Tax base. All right. The top number is tax base. So this is what we have increased our tax rate each year. You can, a lot of those years from 2012 through 2020, there was no or a negative tax increase. The last, yes, no or negative increase. For appropriations, you see that change starting 2012. We were negative in a lot of these years. We were almost 3% in 2020. We were slightly negative last year, or 2 years ago, and a big increase last year. So we're looking at another big increase in 2023. But part of that reason why we're in this tax or in this appropriations cap trouble is so many years we were zero or negative. Surplus anticipated. So this is the real balancing act. How much are we anticipating in the budget? If you go back to 2013, we're anticipating $700,000 in the budget. You look at what we did last year, $1.8 million in the budget. Obviously, we're anticipating more as we generate more. We're now moving to a period of time where we're going to be anticipating more and generating less. And that's okay. Again, that's the whole leveling out the peaks and valleys. You just want to make sure you do it in a way that's not too dramatic and doesn't set you up for failure in future years. But one thing you'll see is, I expect you'll see next year, if you flip to the next page, fund balance increase, right? So this is when I talked about, employees were less expensive. In 2014, we're generating $866,000 in increase. So that means that we anticipate one amount as surplus, and we generate $866,000 more than that number, right? So that's quite high, and that's how we go from 2.2 to 7.5 in terms of fund balance. You can see that that's trending less and less each year. In 2020, we generated $67,000 in fund balance. Now, this number is a year delayed, so the 2020 number is actually some unspent appropriations from 2021 and revenue from 2020. It's a year before that, unspent appropriations from 2020 and extra revenue from 2021. Yeah, so that leaves us at a disadvantage because we're not in real time when it comes in terms of surplus generation. We're at least a year to 2 years behind in what we're going to realize. So that's $67,000 for 2022. When we get our 2023 audit, that's going to be a negative number. Next year, when we get our 2023 audit, it's going to be a bigger negative number, regardless of what you do, and that's okay. It just we don't want it to be too great. Fund balance is a percentage appropriation. So this is common across municipalities. You'll say, fine, a $7.5 million fund balance, that may seem a lot, but if you've got a $100 million budget, that's not very much. So municipalities are always looking at what's your fund balance as a percentage of your appropriations, and a rating agency will want you to be responsible and have that between 25%. We have a fund balance policy that says, I think it's over 30%, 40%. We'll start to look on ways to spend it down. We obviously knew that this was coming, so we didn't spend it down actively. But that's our percentage of appropriation. If you told most other council members, oh yeah, I'm in Waldwick and we got a 50% fund balance, they would be jealous, and they should be. And then our tax rate, that's our overall tax rate, which was on the first page, but it didn't show our tax base. All right. So those are global numbers, but you let me know if you want to see it in a different way or see anything more. No overlap here, so no. All right, questions?
So I think where we are is we now have all the information, and I think next Tuesday, I guess we have people coming in to present capital requests, but we should also be prepared to start finalizing this discussion in terms of your final questions on how we, I guess, and I guess the decisions we have to make are initially, how do we cut another 150,000, 153,000 to fall within the cap? If we were to fund these items not, I'm back on the last page in the book here. If we're to fund scanning, storage, police accreditation, Blower high visibility jackets, or any of them, add that to the 153,000 of items we need to cut, or amounts we need to cut to get under the appropriation cap, how we're going to do that. And the ways we do that are to either cut some of the things we discussed or the suggestions that are below potential cuts from budget. So, when you're thinking about what you want to try and accomplish when we come together next week, it's got to eventually balance out. So if you want to add these things, we have to find additional cuts. If we don't want to add these things, then we at the very least, have to find 153,000 in cuts. We are in a very good position because, as Patrick said, we have over $7 million in fund balance to work with. That helps us. So, we're in a good position there. And it is interesting. Numbers are funny things, and that's why it's really interesting. Patrick put together all these different ways to look at this. The bottom line here is if we raise it the max he's proposing, once we get to zero on the balanced budget, we're still only raising taxes $56 per household, which is really actually quite remarkable when you think about it. But that's because we have the fund balance, and for many years, to be honest with you, when Tom and I first got on council, it wasn't a goal to increase fund balance. It's just because of our fiscal policies and practices, the fund balance grew year over year, and it was available to us to use to stabilize our tax rate. And I think that still holds true today, despite the situation we find ourselves in.
Yeah, there are towns that, when you have a low-paid payroll, You say, great, we got all this extra money, let's find ways to spend it. And you know, especially when you, instead of one-time expenses, sign up for reoccurring, and then you get to the point where payroll gets more expensive and you're looking at cuts, right? So Waldwick has been well-served by not, not using all of that savings that they were realizing years past. Yeah, we're fortunate.
Next Tuesday, we have our meeting.
Mhm.
Now, we have the police and fire company.
Mhm.
Is there any way in which we could have them come within the first hour of our meeting? Which
Yes.
starts at 6:30. So once Steve finished their presentation, they could leave, and we could continue looking at the budget.
Yeah, so we start at 6:30. I think it would make the most sense to start with police, because I think they're gonna be a little bit shorter, get them out of here, get in a fire, it's gonna be a little bit longer, and then get into the rest of
Right,
it.
just like tell them by 7:30, we have to start other stuff.
Yep, yep.
Because, I mean, I think that's more important. I mean,
Yep.
they're important too, but we have
Yeah.
to figure out how to.
And on Monday, I have information on accreditation. I have information on the fire truck. Accreditation is helpful to read through. The fire truck, it's the schematic and a bunch of, you know, what they're gonna put on the truck that, you know, is, probably won't influence your decision, but you'll have some background on it, at least. So I'll give that to you on Monday.
And don't forget, we're gonna start at 6:30.
6:30, yeah. And there won't be food, so don't come looking
No
for dinner.
food, you can bring your own if you like.
Yeah.
Be comfortable, wear what you have on now, be very comfortable,
food?
because we'll be here a while.
Leftover bagels, Colleen says.
Colleen's gonna freeze the bagels.
Yeah, yeah. And then between that, so going forward, right, so we have Tuesday, 6:30 for the capital budget, and then we've got 3 weeks before we plan to introduce the budget. It's gonna take, we have to do two things before we introduce. Let's say everybody is in agreement Tuesday, which won't happen, but let's say we've got 3 weeks to get it. We've got to get the budget to our auditor, who's got to put it together. These numbers are going to change, so I have a great confidence in what I presented to you. I guarantee you that there's a mistake in there somewhere that the auditor is going to pick up. It's good, you know, it's happened in years past where they say, well, you really can't represent it as this, you got to move it over here. That might change a little bit. We know that our healthcare number is going to change a little bit because of the nature that when we talk about cap increases, for healthcare, anything below 2% or 4% is in cap, between 4% and 17.5% is out of cap, and over 17.5% to 22% is it's crazy, right? So he's got to figure all that out, our auditor. But we're going to do max appropriation increase. So that number's going to change a little bit, depend on how much can be in cap and how much can be out of cap. So these numbers will change slightly. But in that, and then the second thing we have to do is when we adopt, we have to start thinking about what's in capital, because we have to get that information over to to our bond council to start drafting bond ordinances. Here we have adopted on introduction, the bond ordinance, the meeting between the budget introduction and adoption. So it's going to be budget introduction and adoption, introduce bond ordinances, budget adoption, and the second reading of bond ordinance, right? So that means you guys need to be communicating with me and with Colleen about what's going to be in and out of this budget as we go forward. We'll have a council meeting, the 24th, I believe it is, so we can have the conversation. Oh, the 14th, and then what's the second one?
28.
28th. So we've got a little bit of time and some more opportunity for questions. And then my only other request is that if you guys want to see what changing some of these numbers looks like, you want to say, all right, let's make, you know, every non-union employee 1.5% plus whatever for these other positions, you know, ask me. You want to say, well, I looked at the capital budget after Tuesday, and well, let's pull out these numbers, and how does that affect what we need to fund for down payments? You know, as you guys have ideas about what to pull in and pull out of the budget, can we, can't we? Let me know, and I'll run those calculations and share them with you and with everybody. Because unlike, at least in the previous 3 budgets I've done here, this will be different. Yeah.
So the only thing that I share is, you know, when I'm going through this and I think about either increasing something or cutting something is, you know, just think about the implications, you know, what that means. I mean, you know, as long as you can defend in your mind what you're recommending, you know, that's what you got to keep in mind. Is it's like, it's not just cutting a number on a page. There's implications behind that.
In the long term.
And as long as we could justify it, either by increasing spending, cutting spending, or eliminating something altogether, you know, we have to be able to defend that. So that's why we do this together. You know, some people see things a little differently. You know, feel free to write down your questions, comments, whatever you need to have this discussion next week, and if necessary, the following week as well. So. But now you have a chance to ask questions or comment, whatever, before we go.
If for some reason you can't make Tuesday's meeting because something comes up, let Kelly know. You could phone in if you have to, and you could listen to everything. You never know what happens from day to day with people and their families. I'd like to have everybody, know what's going on and all be on the same page.
So I just have one quick clarification. So on the last page, the potential customer budget, emergency services, those are currently in the budget as appropriations, right? And those
So
are just recommendations?
Those
on
are
things?
currently in the budget as appropriations. That's right.
And they're just recommended things that we may.
I wouldn't even say recommended.
We're just.
I just,
an
this is
idea.
and usually we don't even highlight these.
Yeah.
Not to the council, definitely not to the department heads, just because, like, we need these numbers, right? Colleen and I count on these numbers to generate surplus. And so you put them out there that they're available, now everybody says, hey, we can balance the budget by cutting this. You're not, the first three items, yeah, that's actual spending. You could cut that next year, and
Yeah.
you could realize real savings. Everything else there, that doesn't help you. If
So-
anything, it hurts you, because it's going to have to be a mix, but you want to cut budget, you're going to have to find real areas to cut.
So-
Programs that you had last year that we will not have this year.
Okay.
Yeah, so in other words, what Patrick means is, like in SALT, we over budgeted 50,000 for an emergency fund because you can't have a line item called emergency fund.
Right.
Right.
So when we do transfers at the end of the year, we're transferring from SALT excessive, budgeting to DPW overtime
All right.
or
You-
whatever we need.
What you're going to have to do is you're going to have to say the fire department is not buying new. It's probably going to be like new saws or things this year. You're just not buying, or the DPW is not buying string trimmers this year. Or you're going to have to find real areas of things that we are not going to do.
And it's about 150,000, you're saying, right?
Yeah, it's
150,000, unless we want to add some of these things back, then it's 230,000.
230,000.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
Or you're going to have to say, we're not going to open up the pool on the municipal week, on Memorial Day weekend. We're going to open up the pool the first weekend in June, or, you're going to have to find ways where or you say, and I don't want to do all your work for you. I don't want to come up with every idea. But you're going to have to say, all right, Billy Schmidt retires now. We're not going to, and we had budgeted for his replacement to come on in April, but he's not really gone until August, even though he's not working now. We're not going to replace him. We're going to leave, you're going to make the conscious decision to leave DPW short an employee for this year. You can do that, right? Maybe you don't want crossing guards in places that we have them now. This cannot be done solely by saying, well, we had these places where we tucked away money and let's just scrap.
That's what we used to do.
Yeah. What? Oh, budget like I'm talking. Yeah, you could say, there are things where you say, well, you're not going to do it this year, we have to do it next year. Like you could say, you're not going to buy paper clips. Sooner or later, you need paper clips, right? So, yeah, we could do without for a year. We're going to be doubling up on paper clips next year. So, but you need to find actual ways to cut spending this year. Find departments that can do without for a year.
Just a clarification, Patrick, I'm just looking at something, and when you come up with your FY 2022, at a certain amount of money, and then you have it utilized.
They're not going to hear you on the
and then have it
recording.
2023, I assume most of the ones when they get up higher, you're either got people giving you indication that it's going to go up that high, or.
What are you looking
I don't,
at?
I'm just, let's give an example. Look at number,
What page are you looking at?
page 14, I'm just looking,
Of the operating budget?
yeah, operating budget.
All right, so, and what's the department?
The police.
All right, so let's go to police.
Here, just data terminals, modems, maintenance contracts, I'm looking at 240-276. We have that year of 41,890. We have a utilized of 41,931.
Yep.
Usually, you raise it to 51,331. How do you get that extra $10,000? Just for my purpose.
Yeah.
Not I'm cutting it back.
So there's two areas that increased the most. Body worn camera licenses, which is the last line, 4,140. We did not have body worn. We had body worn cameras last year, but that was the first year. They weren't appropriated for in the budget last year, right? And so we have to pay for that this year, those licenses. That's $4,140 in this year's budget that was not required, did not exist in last year's budget. So that's an addition of $4,000. And in the contract with the Bergen County Prosecutor's Office, that's gone up from $6,000 to $8,000. That's a hard cost that we know has increased by $2,000. So that's $6,000 of the $10,000 increase. The other amounts are just, those are a lot of our subscription services, and they've gone up by their 2, 3, 4% a year, and has driven the remaining of that $4,000 increase. There's no, other than that, other than the body-worn camera and the increase of the prosecutor's office, there's nothing else that's new or drastic in terms of an increase.
Just going, so for my purposes, if I go and add all these up, it's gonna come up to the 51 or the 41?
It's going to come up to close to the 51. You know, in a line like the police department, especially in their contracts line, yeah, you're going to be able to add those numbers up, and it's going to come out. If it's not 51, it's going to be something close to that. Maybe we have like 2,000 in there. That's just in case we need it. Again, don't start trying to cut that, because you're not saving any money. You're not cutting any actual spending. You're just cutting savings. But so in that line, you'll get pretty close to. Colleen will tell you before we finish this. You'll get pretty close. But then you're going to look at other lines like buildings and grounds, or and that building maintenance line. You're going to add those numbers up, and you're going to be like, geez, there's another $60,000 in here. Yeah, because I haven't budgeted that we had a rekey Borough Hall, or that the lights stopped working, or that there's going to be a couple of those things where a couple of those lines that just by the nature of those lines, it's not going to add up. There's no way it's going to add up.
I'll give you an example. The next going down to 240, 279 there. When you have in the numbers here, you got 600, 500, 500. You got 1,600.
Yeah.
That's what you had adopted.
Yeah, they'll spend less on glow sticks.
390.
They'll spend less on glow sticks, right? So it's a little bit higher there than.
But well, I understand that you went down, but you had a budget of 1,600. You utilized only $391, but then so you lowered it down because of the fact that you didn't utilize as much. You just lowered the budget down to 1,300.
Yeah. And could you decide? Well, we only spent $391 last year, so we're going to budget $391 this year, and that's how we're going to help balance the budget. You could absolutely do that. The difference between the $391 we spent last year and the $1,600 that we budgeted, that difference is going to savings. You're not cutting spending. You're cutting savings, and that's a danger, right? You can do that. There's going to be a portion of how we balance this budget. You balance the budget. This is the point where it's, you guys balance the budget. That's going to be, you're going to say we're not going to generate as much in savings this year, 2023, and we're going to have to long-term realize how to solve that. You can do that partially. You can do it all the way. It just would be irresponsible, but you can do that partially. Yeah. If you try to take that number this year down to, let's call it $400 in 2023 requested, you're not cutting spending. You're cutting savings, and that doesn't help us long-term.
Well,
Yeah.
no, just
We'll get through
I'm
this
trying to
year.
I understand it and come.
I can definitely get you through this year, right? But I'll be looking for another job next year.
Are you saying we'll drill down fund balance just way too quickly?
And you're gonna do it quickly, and you set yourself up now. The problem with that too is that, these things kind of layer on top of each other. So you could say, all right, the way we're gonna realize this appropriations hit this year is by cutting out all these spending. Great. Next year, our appropriations can only increase by 3.5%. You're not gonna be able to add all that savings back in, because next year we're gonna have at least 2% of increases, right? And so then what, 1.5% of what you cut out, maybe you can start sticking back in. Not 100%, right? So that's why, yeah, you can do some of this in savings, but by cutting savings, but you can't do it without a complement of cutting spending.
Patrick, so the to consider not in budget, the 3 items there. So if we want those items built into the budget, we would have to find additional cuts?
That's right.
Okay, thank you.
And the only good thing about those, not that it makes it much easier, but those are one-time expenses. The scanning, we're going to have to pay an annual fee, but not as much as the first year. The accreditation, we're going to have to pay an annual fee, but not as much as the first year. So, a large portion of that is one-time spending. So you could do it this year and not have to worry about it next year, it makes it a little easier, right? We're not talking about recurring line items.
Right, because those three items to me seem pretty important, so,
Yep.
you know, it looks to me like we really don't have a choice. Well, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
they're very important items,
Yeah.
so we need to find the additional savings.
Yeah, through cuts to spending, not cuts to savings.
Right,
You
the
know.
cuts to spending.
Yeah.
But cuts to spending that are gonna come back next year, they're just gonna come back, right? So if we
Well, some of
say
them will and some of them won't,
We're
right?
not
So
buying weed whackers, right, but they're gonna need them
you're gonna
next
need
year,
them next year.
right?
So let's say, you could open the pool late this year and open it on time next year. You could not hydro rake this year and hydro rake next year. You could decide, we're gonna, we're not gonna mow Betts Field, and soccer's just not gonna be able to play on it because we're not gonna spend money for, because we need to find that time because we're not gonna hire a DPW person, but we'll hire him next year. So there are things that you can do or not do this year that you could bring back on next year. But there are some things, you're right, like, let's say you're buying a truck out of Capital, like, you need the truck, right? It's gonna come sooner or later. So you don't wanna kick the can.
Okay, so everybody knows what they have to do by Tuesday. 6:30, don't forget, come casual. As we said, the police will come first, they'll talk with us, then the fire department, and then we'll sit back and go through this all over again.
And
Any
included in your
questions?
books is the Capital, so you can look through the Capital
Right.
now. If you have questions that you want
Yeah,
answered at the
give
meeting, let me
Patrick
know
or
now.
Colleen a call about
Yeah.
if you have any, concerns or anything like that. All right, do I have a motion to adjourn? Motion by Mr. Ritchie, the pool man, and second by Calero. All right, all those in favor?
Aye.